Hi there, hello. My name is Bay. And welcome back to CLAIR OBSCUR Expedition 33. But I'm bad. Part 15. This will be the ending of Act 3. With some other stuff to start out with. Usually we like to just, you know, get something going before we actually get going. We are in the Gestural Village. Where's my mouse at? There we go. And I'm gonna try this Golgra duel. Gotta sit back a little bit. I'm a little close. And see what happens. I'm just gonna go with Maelle. And do we get different dialogue actually? We did this yesterday. Oh, it just goes to Monoko anyway. Just to hear the ugly cry again. I'm not going to change her build yet. I'm just going to do whatever I have her spec'd with and just see if I'm doing a ton of damage. I might be not. Then if I get bodied, I will make some adjustments to make a 1v1 build with all the 1v1 pictos that we do have. So let's just see if we get completely shellacked. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Sanobina bota. Banana, banana, banana. I hit the button. I think I hit both buttons. Well, that's not a great start. I hit both buttons at the same time.
Augusta.
All right.
I'm ready.
We definitely do not do... Well, that's just to get into Virtuoso, but...
Okay.
Okay. You see for 2,000 damage? What? Like 1,800, but still. Okay, I mean, I just can't get hit, really. I want to see what the damage of Stendhal is with her current loadout. Even though I probably still am like... The solo pictos give you like double damage and you take so much less. I also don't know if maybe I want roulette on if I'm solo. I don't actually know if I want roulette on solo. So we'll see.
Ready to parry.
Oh, that one is not. She has 3 basic combos, so.
This will hurt.
Yeah, I want to see how much damage this does. Because if this only takes her to like half health, then I will look at getting the doing the solo build. We'll see. My, what lovely feet. Thanks for the resub, Q. Holy crap, it almost one-shot her. She's gonna go into super mode now, though. I mean, I have to survive her double attacks. Because she's just gonna hit me and hit me in one hit and I'm dead, so... I don't know, maybe we just heal and hope, but I'd probably get double tap because she's gonna go Super Saiyan. We're dodging now. Let's see if we can dodge. Nope, we cannot. 1,800 damage right to the face. Okay. So if I can survive, but getting hit twice is death, which is pretty nuts. I don't really know if I want to change a whole lot. She has some pictos that are on right now that don't do anything in because she has like teamwork and warming up. I mean, that's just because it's on. Powerful on shell, auto shell. So if I get my first attack, like what do I not want? I kind of don't want roulette though, because if I roll low roulettes, it's so much damage loss. But if I roll high roulettes, it's like a ton of damage gain. I don't know. Teamwork doesn't do anything right now. And I don't think I'm gonna break her. Also, energizing death does nothing right now. Energizing revive does nothing right now. I could put on the one auto revive, which would tank one of her hits on me, like one of her if I inevitably mess up. Because it's so weird how Maelle takes a lot more damage than I feel, even though she has shell on. But she just doesn't have the improved shell. I don't know if breaker's gonna matter. I just literally need to hit her like 4 times, maybe 3 times with good crits. So I don't need to do anything weird. Point cost. Because I could put on second chance, which if I mess up her Super Saiyan attack, I don't just immediately die. It's not really gonna matter. She's not gonna basic attack. I might want the just extra AP, because I could probably do like a tanky build. I don't know if auto rush will change the turn order at all. Could cap out her AP on the start. Play first, I don't think really matters here. I mean, I could do greater shell, which gives her an extra 10% damage reduction on the first 3 turns. Recovery could also be good. Solidifying could also be good, because if I get hit once, I go to half health. So then I gain 2 shields. But her super combo when she goes Super Saiyan is like 7 hits or something. I think we'll do these 2 and then... Wait, don't we have a thing that already does? What's the... Oh, augmented counter 1. Yeah, augmented counter 2 could be helpful. Because her gradient attack is obviously super easy, and her 3-hit, I should be parrying. I'm mostly just scared of her like 7-hit combo, because that stuff is nasty. What's the first offensive? Is this the one? Yeah, first hit, dealt, and taken. That almost one-shots me, though, but then I gain 2 shield. What was the thing when you do more damage when you have shields on? Because, yeah, confident is fine. That's also the craziest thing, is all the damage I'm taking from Golgra is halved on the base level. But it's also more than that because I also have shell for the first 3 turns. Yeah, and I'm not going to use I'm not going to basic attack her. Because to do the basic attack stuff, you need to make your basic attack go twice and then gain AP on basic attack. Maybe first strike is okay. Maybe. I could always take Immaculate, because my opening attack is going to happen, hopefully. And before I get hit immediately. Okay, we made some adjustments. Could be a different sword might work, because this sword is just strong, but it doesn't do anything to her. Whatever the heck she's saying. I don't know. immediately get hit because she did a different attack. I was ready for a certain attack, and then she did that one. Well. Oh well. Practice. So our opening attack is random then. I was figuring her opening attack would always be the same, but it's just random. It's usually this. It's been that every other time. God, that's so fast, man. It's so fast. Literally, it's called the fast combo. And hey, guess what? It's fast. It's like parry, hold, parry, parry. I think. We go again. Banana, 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 banana. Fast combo. Shit.
I'm not giving up.
Well, God, I almost got it. I was trying to learn the dodge timing for it. But I already lost my 30% damage I want to use on this attack to gain a little bit more damage.
Not giving
right?
up. Let's dance.
It'd be great if she just used that every time.
I'm okay.
Oh, that's the swift attack. That was swiftly.
Fiery.
The dancing around one.
I can do it.
I guess technically auto attack break could work there because after a Stendhal, she goes full break bar. But I would need Fury to do that, which I have to wait one turn to break. So now she's angry. And if I get hit, I die. Oh, we was doing that crazy combo, yeah. Dude. See? 7? I think it was 7 hits. I think it's a 7-hit thing. I literally just need to not get hit. That's the name of this duel. But her fast attack is very fast.
Okay. I'm okay.
I really am not the impressive combo. I'm also not reading. Yeah, that really doesn't do enough opening damage without the 30%. She's hard baiting me with not using her gradient. I hit the button? Do you see the animation? What happened? What the? I saw the animation to parry and then she just hits me in the face? I guess I was a little early. Damn. Wrong button. This might be harder than like the actual end boss of the game, I'm assuming. Man, I all right, I might as well take Immaculate off because I'm getting hit. That was some bad roulette rolls there, my God.
Ready to parry.
Jesus, man. It's so crazy fast. Like by the time that I hear the noise, I mean, it's 15 frames to parry in this game. It's 15 frames, which is 1/4 of a second. There's 60 frames a second. Yeah, 60 frames a second, and 15 of them you can parry in. 1/4 of 1 second. Really?
En garde. Ready to parry.
Double gradient? All right, I get a handicap.
On me.
She gave me a bit of a handicap there. Ah, what the hell?
Not giving up.
Oh, we gotta survive the angry hit.
Let's dance.
Dead. Oh man, the fact that the switch up is so nuts. It's that it's very fast, and then she holds that extra like half a second. Really fucking nasty. Really nasty.
On me.
Damn it. If I get hit on the opener, it's a failed run, so. Yeah, just getting hit on the opener is just not gonna work. God, I need to.
Okay.
It's always it's the swiftly is attack, hold,
Not giving up.
attack and then hold, attack and then hold, attack and then hold.
Parry. Done.
That was half damage.
Okay.
That's a huge fail right there. That's bad. We're practicing. We're practicing. Jesus, man. The switch up is so absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. This is it's gonna be feeling weird. I'll get this done and then we'll do the end of the game and I'll be like, that was it. Golgra was harder.
Okay.
Which I have no doubt she probably is. Dude, it is so hard to read that timing. That is impressively difficult. Absolutely. I wonder if I need to actually watch her instead of listen. Maybe she's a watch instead of listen boss.
On me.
Okay. Practice. We're practicing. We're not practicing anymore because we're freaking dead. Yeah.
Let's dance.
Just end this over.
Finesse and grace.
Nah, skip turn. That's
Finesse
over.
and grace.
Nah, over. It's over. Just gonna write down another fail. I guess I'll write down a different. This is fails to Golgra. We're at 10. Because these are technically not like wipes to reloads because you just walk back here.
Okay.
God, it's so brutal, man. Absolutely brutal. Same tempo on the 3 hits, and I missed the 3rd one again.
I'm ready.
I think I want to take roulette off. When I see really bad roulette turns, I'm like, ay, ay, ay.
Ready to parry. Not giving up. ready to parry. Ready to parry.
Double gradient? That's super weird.
Not looking
I'm
good.
being handicapped. I'm not in Virtuoso anymore because I had to drop it.
Finesse and precision.
I don't know if stunning her even matters.
On guard.
God, it really does no damage, huh? God. She holds. It's always the holds. Because I'm like ready for the flow. And the hold is so rough. Because it's parry, 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 hold, parry, parry, parry. Like a sauce. Parry, parry sauces are very good. It can be. Holy. Why did she one-shot me there? Why was that a one-shot when I have shell and confident? Did she really hit for like freaking 15,000 or something? What the hell? All right. We are taking off. We are taking off Immaculate because I'm just not. I can't do it. Then Inverted Affinity. It counts for her first turn, second, third, which is Homage, Mezzo Forte, and then Stental. So it does work for that. Okay. So all right, give me points cost, solo fighter. Because we're fighting solo, and then were the other solos more expensive? Or am I just not seeing it? Why am I not? Hello? Where are my other solo Pictos? I'm going insane? Oh, they're called protecting. I was looking for the other solos. Well, I don't need to gain shell because she has auto shell. I could swap it from auto shell. Because this is gain shell if fighting alone. Protective Last Stand isn't turn-based shell. I think it's just always. Which again, I guess it's helping. Maybe it buys me a hit. And then if I do Powerful Last Stand instead of Powerful on Shell, and then maybe Greater Shell, but 10% more I don't really think matters. This is what I'm wondering about First Strike. Because maybe First Strike gets me one turn before her, obviously in the turn order. Because I was also wondering about like an auto death start, which would be kind of interesting. We only have 10 more. I'm not gonna have regen for 3 turns, but like, is like 1 tick of regen gonna buy me a hit? Could do auto rush for the first 3. I'm just trying to see if I start first and my speed stat, I'm just trying to break up her double attacks, even though I think it's probably scripted that she just gets double attacks. So I don't think it is gonna matter. I think she might just have double attacks, which is probably going to happen regardless. I don't think I'm going to break up her turn order because I also go twice every time as well. So we have this tete-a-tete where we both go twice. I don't think I can break up her attack. Well, if I'm doing first strike, we'll do augmented first strike then. My opening will hit for 50% more. I want to run first offensive, but it's scary. I think when she just kicks me in the face, I just die. Because I am pulling her damage way down, but she still does so much damage. Break damage on counterattack. I'm only going to get like 2 counterattacks maybe. Empowering dodge could go real hard, but it still comes down to like not getting hit. Yeah, none of this stuff's really gonna do anything. I guess I can give her max crit chance. Because if I get hit once, I'm under half health. Twice maybe doesn't kill me, because I have to be under 30% health. Also take the counterattack damage. Because like I need to counter her. She needs to be countered. And we'll do break damage on counterattack. Maybe I get an earlier break by like 1 turn activation. I'm gonna have to redo her whole build when we're done with this, aren't I? Probably. Okay. We're back. I just stood here thinking. Took you about an hour to beat Golgra? I mean, it might.
Spill some ink.
Okay, so I get play first. I get my 2 turns, and she gets 1. Then I go, and then she has her double. So it did delay her double turn, I think, by 1 rotation, which is kind of nice.
Focus stuff. En garde.
Now, obviously, did way more damage because I have extra 50% damage. I guess technically it's 100% damage because I have first hit was 50% more, and then solo fighter now I just have permanent 50% uptime or up. All right, gradient attack.
Ready to parry.
Yep.
En garde.
It's a pretty big stance bar up there. I just wonder if I should fury her instead of dropping. Like, should I be using Stenthal? It's going to extend the whole turn ratio by 1 more, though, so probably not.
Firing. Done.
It's one way to do it. Just hit her for 3.1 million. All right. But hey, a win's a win. So that had to have been a roulette. That was a triple damage roulette proc. With the fact that I'm doing 50% more damage because I'm solo. On top of triple damage virtuoso, which always happens anyway. Because my previous highest was only about 2-ish million. So the 50% damage somewhere in that multiplier added over 1 million damage. Oh well, a win's a win. Maybe. That wasn't half bad. For a warm-up. Oh no. Upgraded her virtuoso weapon by 12 levels? Is this how you get everyone else's weapons from the beginning of the game? If you want their dual weapons, you have to beat Golgra? That upgraded it so much. That's actually ridiculous. I will not use this for Act 3 because I'm not using anything over level 20. Because level 20 is achievable. Level 27 is a little bit ridiculous. Good lord, 2860? It's like 600 plus power multiplier. Good lord. Obviously higher scaling. A, defense, B, agility. Oh, never mind, it's the exact same. But is that how you get their weapons? Yeah, beating Golgra gets you the weapons from the arena. Like I can see a Lune build that could do it. It's only Lune and CL, right? Does Verso get a weapon? I guess technically he would have gotten the sword that Gustav would have gotten. Yeah, you need to have like crazy damage builds though. Otherwise you gotta fight her tooth and claw. Wow. Okay. I was not expecting that to hit so hard. I was expecting like another 2 million hit, but... Oh, the short white hair we just unlocked. Okay, well, I guess I'll move a couple of these back to where they were. We'll just take this off. I kind of like the solidifying, but... Ouch. Gain powerful if fighting alone doesn't do anything. Solo fighter. Okay. So we had teamwork and... These two just combine because she can't get healed. So in a team play environment, if I mess up, at least she gives AP to everybody. I just gotta remember everything that she had auto shell and powerful on shell, which is mostly just a synergy to give her powerful. Yeah, auto shell and powerful on shell. Yeah. Did I give her critical burn for team play? Was it critical burn she had? Because Verso puts up burn relatively frequently, especially on a single target. I also don't know how these last encounters are going to go, or if I need to have every single person ready to go. I guess technically she's not going to have powerful if I revive her, so she'll just have powerful for that. Okie doke. Well, okay. I was not expecting that to be the way that goes, but so be it. You do put up, you just have, this is just Lumina that he's earned from leveling up. But more crit on defense enemies because we put up defenseless all the time pretty much. What can you get for 3 over dodge or counterattack damage? Probably fine. But yeah, I could see the I don't know enough about CL's like deeper combo system and how she would be able to do a 1v1 like that. But it could definitely be a thing. I know Lune can do also absolutely ridiculous damage. But I haven't used a lot of the other characters as long. Because once we got Monoko, I've had Monoko in because I've just had that nagging sense of I don't want to miss getting one of his abilities for the first playthrough. Because I'm assuming I keep a lot of everything I've earned going into New Game Plus. Yeah, you were working on critical stun. Was there anything else we were leveling? Oh, pro retreat. Okay. Well, you can provoke her to a duel again? Is it just to do it again? She only has what? I guess it's just there because you could do it with every other character. There's no reason to duel her again. I guess she does give a lot of XP. But that's there for the other 2 characters. So unless... Because obviously you can't have... CL can't get a weapon from that because she was in the arena when you first went in. And if Gustav's weapon goes to Verso, then you can only get a weapon for Maelle, Verso, and Lune. That's it. So realistically, I need to duel her again with one of the 2 of them because I'll get the other one when we come back around in New Game Plus, which will be harder. But maybe I need to figure out like a Lune 1v1 and try to do Lune's 1v1 against Golgra to get her weapon before we do New Game Plus. But we'll come back to that. CL does have a weapon? Really? Okay. Huh. Well, crap. Yeah, I might look into that before we start New Game Plus, because getting their other weapons, I guess I'll just look at their weapons to see if they're really actually that good. But considering how good Maelle's weapon was, I can imagine that their dual weapons are actually also pretty good. If you don't win the fight against her, then she gets her weapon. Oh, if you don't win, she just starts with her weapon? That's kind of cute. Okay. From the arena. Hello, Prime Times. What do you rate this game out of 10 so far? Easy 9? Like, maybe even 9.5? I gave it a 9 because there's still some... If I have to, like, be brutal... I mean, it's a masterpiece. To give it a verb. Or an adjective, depending on how you conjugate it. I mean, it's a masterpiece. It's probably better than Baldur's Gate 3, I think, for different reasons. Baldur's Gate 3 is also like a turn-based game, but I think Baldur's Gate 3, even if it was like a worldwide phenomenon, is also an acquired taste, where I think JRPG turn-based combat might be a little more readily accepted or beloved, potentially. But no, like, it's Game of the Year 2025. In my book, this is Game of the Year 2025. No contest. Nothing that has come out or is going to come out now, because GTA 6 has been pushed back to next year. Even though I don't think GTA 6 would be my Game of the Year. I don't really care for GTA games, but that's going to be like a worldwide phenomenon next year. where countries will lose like little GDP. Like they will have like a week to 10 days of lower national profit margins because people will be calling out of work in the millions. If they already don't have PTO already set up, they're going to be calling out all week. In many countries around the world, when GTA 6 comes out, that's not even hyperbole. That is like real legit. Because that game will probably have the highest concurrent player count of any single game, and it will probably never be beaten ever again. Unless there's like a GTA 7. Like the Black Myth Wukong, like concurrent player numbers on Steam will be nothing compared to GTA 6. Absolutely nothing. That'll be like 30 million people playing that game at once or something stupid. It'll be absolutely fucking dumb. But that is a really popular game. I don't think the storytelling or the gameplay of GTA 6, unless you're really involved in that game, is going to beat what you're seeing here in Expedition 33. Like the writing, the combat, the build crafting, the character arcs, the art. And again, this game was made by like less than 40 people. Overall, the entire production was like 500-ish when you factor in like everyone, QA, musicians, etc., localization team, blah, blah, blah. But the dev team is like 34 people or 36 people or something. You can look at the credits for the actual Sandfall dev team. And that's like a feat of accomplishment that doesn't even make any sense. Because you could look at like the single developer games that blew off the top of the world, like Notch with OG Minecraft, right? Which that's a cultural worldwide phenomenon. Minecraft's one of the most played games on Earth still to this day. But Minecraft is like innovative and neat and fun and sandbox, but like it's not the cutscenes we've seen in this game. It's not the story. It's not the art fidelity from such a small team with a vision that's so unified. It's something that's just it's in that same realm as Baldur's Gate 3. It is an absolute enigma that this game even exists in our current landscape. It's up there, right? It's up there with like some of the OG greatest RPGs of all time, like Chrono Trigger, like OG Final Fantasy 7, right? This Baldur's Gate 3. It mogs, if you want to use a Zoomer terminology. It's absolutely incredible. We will be finishing the story today, so this is like a side note that if you don't want to be spoiled on the ending of the game, we'll be doing that soon. Not right now, but soon. We're gonna go do Maelle's story quest now. Not putting any more Lumina in because we're already so powerful as it is. Yeah. What's up, Lo? Hello. I mean, GTA 6 is going to probably cost probably 70 or 80 bucks. The weird thing I just saw, everyone was praising is it Gearbox that does Borderlands? I saw this yesterday. Someone can confirm if you want to do a little back-end research for me. Borderlands 4 was announced with its pricing, and it was $70 for the game, and everyone was like, oh shit, yeah, we're totally not there yet. The $80 games are not going to be a plague. Fuck you, Nintendo, all this kind of crap, right? But the collector's edition of the new Fallout, yeah, it's not Gearbox. What company is Borderlands then? The company doesn't matter, but the Borderlands 4 collector's edition bundle is $150, which at first you're like, sure, it's a bunch of physical stuff. It's fine, right? It's $150 for like physical things, media, is like a book, soundtrack, all this other junk. But you don't actually get the game if you buy the collector's edition of Borderlands 4. The game is sold separately. So to get the game and the CE, it's $220. So the $80 games industry So you either buy the CE and no game, or the game and no CE, or you spend 220 bucks. Can anyone fact check if other collector's editions of games have come out without the game? I can't really think of any. I have a collector's edition for Final Fantasy VII Remake that has the game. Game's there. Where is that a thing? And what games? And don't tell me it's Ubisoft games, because I'll totally understand, because Ubisoft is kind of a piece of crap company. $100 puts it out of the reach of a lot of the world. You talk about GTA 6 if it's $100. I mean, yeah, that would be awful. That would be miserable. But even if it's $100, it'll still sell like 50 million copies. It will still sell more money. It'll still sell enough copies to make more money than many countries produce. Like it'll make trillions of dollars. Sorry, it'll make like $1 trillion when that game comes out. It'll be so stupid. Because the game comes out, it sells all the sales, it has all the back end crap, it has all the MTX. There's no way it doesn't clear at least like $500 million. There's just no way. Or like 500 billion, sorry, $500 billion. It's so dumb. Because what is the overall right now? I just looked at this the other day. This is a totally different tangent. GTA 5, apparently, according to whatever this is, I may have added a 0, but still, my point of this whole thing has still... Apparently it sells 5 million units. What? GTA 5 still continues to sell consistently, selling roughly 5 million units a quarter ever since release. What? Oh my God. I just don't. Yeah, the numbers are there. Initial sales were roughly 40 million copies of GTA 5. And since release, now it has topped 215 million sales. So 215 million times 60 bucks. Like, what even is that? Is that even a number? Yeah, it's like $13 billion. Sure. That's just box sales. That isn't including an MTX, which GTA has lots of that. That's... I was just doing some quick looking. That's just what Statistica brings up. I don't know, man. That game is scary. Like, to put it in perspective, Expedition 33 has only sold like 4 million copies. 4 million. I think because they sold like 3.3-ish million copies. Like what, 3 weeks after launch or something like that? Because they did the whole like 33 meme. Where they had like 3.3 million copies sold 3 weeks after launch and stuff like that. They had the social posts. But the fact that GTA 5 has already sold easily over 200 million copies. Yeah, I mean, GTA 6 will probably do 100 million in half that time, I'd imagine. So they'll make another $10 billion plus easy. I added a 0. That's 11 straight years of selling 5 million copies every 4 months. That's what the numbers show. Yeah. That's what the numbers show. Now, granted, you can look at different sites that report that stuff and where they get all the information. I don't know if Is all that information public knowledge in investor calls? Do they give those numbers every quarter in investor meetings that are public that you can listen into? Because then that would be at least confirmed by that amount. But yeah, that stuff is absolutely crazy. Go nuts. Yeah. That stuff is absolutely nuts. What was it asking for? 11, 9, 20, 27 points. Is there a better skill that he should have? What are these ultimates down here? Steeled Strike. After one turn, deal extreme single target physical damage for 13 hits, interrupted if any damage is taken. So you have to prep this ability and it doesn't go until he plays again. Okay. Which if he gets targeted and I mess up dodges or parries, it cancels it. Or if there's an AoE that goes out and he gets canceled. An Endbringer. Deals extreme high single target physical damage for 6 hits. Increased damage if the target is stunned. At A rank, reapplies stun. Very specific. These like damage if target is stunned and can reapply stun. The reapply stun is nice because that means someone else gets to work in that realm. The weird thing I've noticed about breaking and stunning is if an enemy has a double turn, you can't capitalize because they'll munch turn 1 and be unstunned for their turn 2, and then you can't hit them because it munches it. So you have to have your turn order allow you to hit into the stun, which is maybe not very doable, I guess. It seems like a really weird, although even if it doesn't have to be into a stun window, extreme single target damage, as we've already seen, is the next verb that you need to use to do damage. So I don't know if I can get all the way. That's 20 points. Because I'm really not using his get AP back move. Low single target, one hit you weapon elements. Increases damage at each cast. Oh yeah, and ascending assault you want to use every turn. Which could be good in the build he has right now where he gets double turns, but high single target light damage, 5 hits. Damage increased by speed difference with the target. Oh, that would be a different build, I guess, then. I want to see Steeled Strike go off, but that's definitely a risky move, huh? Most companies don't actually release real numbers around sales. Yeah, that's the curious thing, is to fact check how and what they're claiming at 5 million sales every 4 months. Yeah. Retailers don't even release the data and they track all copies that move through their stores. Yeah. Because you could look at like the global sales stuff, and Minecraft is still the highest, but that's also a little bit... Minecraft is... I mean, it's like Skyrim. Minecraft is available on so many places and was bundled in ways where you just kind of get it. And if they track those sales to report, that's an inflated number. It's like one of the most highly selling video games of all time was like Wii Sports. Because in the American release of the Nintendo Wii, it was packaged. But people weren't buying Wii Sports. But when you bought your Wii, it came with it. So it counts as buying Wii Sports. But if it was like on the shelf by itself, it would definitely have not sold that many copies. So those are where numbers get fudged, just to make your game look like it sold even more. Sorry, that was quite the tangent. We got off on a little something or other. Yeah, this is an execute for regular enemies. wonder if I swap out, do I put Radiant Slash in as his break move instead of Phantom Stars? Light Holder. Medium single target light damage 5 hits. At completion gains a rank. And if cast at A, he gains AP. I think it's a 50% refund. I wonder if this goes above Phantom Stars. Because this is his break, but it also costs way more. Costs 9 or 5. So if I want to have just a cheap break, Radiant Slash could be good here. Do I want Powerful still? Because I think Leadership for tempo is probably better than Powerful for a turn. You could cast both in one turn. I want to keep Burden because there are some nasty debuffs we might... But I'm not using Paradigm Shift anymore. I don't really need to. And then follow-up is still medium damage. So I'm not sure if that's good enough. So let's try Endbringer as his big move. I don't think I'll ever be able to use it into a stun because it has to be following like an auto attack from Minoko that breaks and then it goes to Verso, which I don't know if that's ever going to really line up like that. It might, but I don't know. I'm wondering if I want Powerful because Maelle's going to have Powerful often. Maybe it's still better. I don't know how long the fights are going to last. I think it's enough of a small change. We have to get him an ability that actually does damage because he uses... I was using Phantom Stars recently and it just doesn't do that much damage. Now, I was also wondering, a full support CL build where she gets 2 attacks, she gets 2 turns, she can double an ally's damage for a turn and then intervention if she has... That's... Yeah. Because she have to have 9 AP, uses 5, then she goes again, goes from 4 to 5 and interventions them, which seems insane. So you can double Maelle's triple doubled damage. Okay, I think we're done here. The 250 number actually came from the Take-Two investment call from May 2025. And the GTA franchise has sold a total of 415 million across all games. Right, if you take the previous titles, which is that's the crazy metric, is that if they've sold 415 million copies of the GTA franchise, so if you take GTA 1, 2, 3, and 4, and Vice City, that's not a numbered game, all of those previous copies equal, not exactly, the sales of the one game GTA 5. But that's just the natural propagation of games, more people getting game systems, more people being involved with it. Big GTA 5 gameplay is all of the RP, right? We'll stop talking about GTA in a moment here, but the initial question was asking me how good I think this game is, and I think it's Game of the Year 2025. And the other option this year would have been GTA 6 if it came out, by like sheer popularity numbers, because that game's going to sell like 50 to 100 million copies like instantly. And then I was trying to back up the numbers with actual data, even though I added an extra 0, I think. Added a bit of an extra 0. Okay. Which is just trying to drill in the fact that Grand Theft Auto is a very popular game series, but I don't really care for it very much. Not my jam. Not my jam. Yeah, there's more than those games. I'm just saying there's GTA 1 through 4 and Vice City, but there are other Grand Theft Auto games if they're counting their entire franchise. If you do that, though, that just means that there's even more games that have sold to make up that 200-ish million, Whereas then one game, GTA 5, has sold 215 million by itself, which is absolutely bonkers. And again, the rough numbers I gave where it's made over $12 billion doesn't include microtransactions. That's just a generalization box price, which also isn't accurate because it doesn't include sales and different ways to pick up the game. I don't know if it was on Game Pass or whatever. I have no idea. All right, actual gameplay. That was 12 wipes to Golgra. It did take about 40-ish minutes in total. I'll factor into that 15 to 20 minutes of random banter that is part of that. So pretty spicy. Now, before we go to the end of the game, we're going to do the last friendship quest, as I'm calling them, the Mass Effect quests. This is going to be Maelle's, which is going to be right here in the Reacher, which I think is the name of this gigantic, weird-looking wooden tower with balloons at the top. So let us see what happens here. We did Monoko's friendship quest and Lune's friendship quests yesterday. And now we will do Maelle's. I feel like this was like the three things to like really do before the game ends. The hell? Are those feet? What?
Another axon. How did it get so large?
Oh yeah, the one on the tower.
She wasn't always this tall, but she's obsessed with reaching the stars, so...
Papa and his parables.
Parables?
He never paints just to paint. Everything has to have layers and layers of meaning and purpose. Everything's a lesson.
What's the lesson with this one?
Hope.
Lizzie. My sister's at the top.
And Papa knows I have vertigo.
Wait, the axon is the entire tower? Or is the axon at the top of the tower building the tower? The crazy tall spindly legs are building the tower? Or both? Son of a... Oh my god. Perspective is a hell of a thing. Because when we were outside flying on the world map version, it doesn't look this tall. Oh my gosh. Look at this thing, man. What is going on with this? We'll just rest here so it saves us. Okay.
She who grasps the sky.
I hate climbing.
Man, that goes up. Question is, how much of it is that we have to actually go up? Because I walked / ran the entire stairs in Final Fantasy VII Remake to go up Shinra Tower, like 57 floors or whatever it was. 64 floors? I can't remember. And that actually, in real time, sitting here takes quite a while. I think it took about 20 or so minutes of literally all I was doing was holding and running around in a squared circle. It takes a long time. Maybe it was like 15 minutes, but... Okay. Oh, the weird orphan people, or whatever they're called. Oh, we can skip them? Are they angry? They are, in fact, angry. So these were a mini boss earlier in the game, and they were building balloons.
My turn.
When we found them in that cave, they were building balloons, and there are balloons here. So are they the same ones? Sorry, new music?
You're outmatched.
Not insanely tanky, though. So, okay. Yeah, definitely not super tanky. Because this is like... Yeah, an Orphelion. Orphelions. Wait, so is this must be a side path for loot? If there's a whole bunch more combat in the way. Let's check first real quick. Or not exactly what it... Not? Are there multiple ascension paths or... Oh no, it's just loot. Okay. I didn't know if this thing was going to go across. Are you using the balloons to...
Great.
Oh no, it's a... The scenery is so inspired. Prime times, I mean, this is just more reasoning for how this game is Game of the Year. If you just keep in your mind that like the art team for this game is like maybe 6 or 7 people or something, it's just, it's crazy, man. Absolutely nuts. I've seen worse art in games that have art teams of 200 people, which is maybe also why the art is kind of not good. There's too many cooks in the kitchen.
Ready to strike. My turn.
All right, let's see Endbringer, shall we?
I'm ready.
Okay. It was an interwoven combo, which is interesting. But the mob also didn't live long enough. So I don't even know what an Orphelion is. Because they're not gestrels, but they're painted something clearly.
Wow, wow,
Wow, wow, wow. But they have like human-looking appendages, but they also have like weird hats on their heads.
Let's carve a path.
Very clearly weird hats on their heads.
Let's spill some ink. Precise strike. On
Damn, was it one shot? Kind of hoping it did.
Sweet taste of blood claw.
Damn. I want to see what they do. Okay. They attack with their nail. Yeah, the XP here is not really going to make much of a dent in the fact that I need like 1,000,000 XP to level. So doing this isn't going to give me any more juice for Okay, where are we going? Oh, all the way across? Wait, oh, from there. Oh yeah, what's that ability he just learned from? The Ophidian Shears applies powerful to 1 to 3 allies. Caster Mask also gives AP. Oh, is that just a straight up upgrade over the Portier energy? This costs 4. It's a 6 turn. Oh, in Caster Mask will give an additional 1. But this gives powerful, and Caster Mask gives 3. Note of value. It only rotates the board 3 instead of 6. We have a 3, a 4. I wanted a 2 rotation. I mean, that is just kind of like straight up better, because in Caster Mask is when I'm going to cast this. It's just like a straight up upgrade, I guess. It's a little different, but because it'll give 3, and then with his weapon in caster, he'll give 4. Instead of giving 5, I guess, because it's 1, 2, 3 plus 1 plus 1. Okay. Also costs 1 less though. Okay. Lost my bearings there for a minute. Chroma for me?
Well, that will help.
I need about 300,000 more chroma, if you would be so kind. Like a whole lot more chroma. The battle track here is crazy.
Ready to strike.
Man, I really thought I pumped Verso's damage. But he's still like not really hitting that hard. He attacks a lot, so his DPS is okay, but his damage is pretty low. Now you finished critical stun, which you don't really need to use, so I guess you'll learn pro retreat now, which I don't know. Maybe that'll be a thing I need to.
Trying to fix things or break things?
She who grasps the sky. They're jealous. They wish to destroy her work. Pull her back to the ground.
Is this part of the parable?
Everything is.
Hmm. One of these ways is not the correct way. One of these ways will be loot.
Good stuff.
Okay, 6,000 more chroma. What are we at? 135,000? All right, we got to like pump those numbers. We need like 4 times that. Actually, I think you need like 1 million chroma to buy all the Picto upgrades, but that's not, doesn't really matter. Hello. What the hell are these things, man? Are their heads actually the thing we see, or is there a head underneath the thing we see?
Let's spill some ink. For Gustav.
They're still going? And these drop like 600-ish chroma each.
Good stuff.
Draining Cleanse. Consume 1 AP to prevent status effect application if possible. So you can have that on with the other. Yeah, because the weird thing about some of the end game is that the last couple of encounters we've done, they have status effects that you cannot counter. So you have to have like the auto cleanse or how much does this cost? 15. That's like not great. Consume 1 AP to prevent status effect applications if possible. However, if you have energizing cleanse, this dispels the first negative status effect received and you gain 2. So this will stop the first one. And you gain 2 AP. And then from then on, as long as you're floating 1 every turn, this will eat that 1 AP you have floating and dispel the status effect. Things like plague and stuff like that, and HP down and whatever. Obviously, that one enemy we fought that gave the HP downs, though, gave 3 stacks. So I don't know if this would cleanse 1 stack of it or the whole effect of it. I think this would prevent the whole first one, I would assume, but that only happens once. The first negative effect, I'm assuming per battle. It doesn't say per turn, it just says dispel the first. So, but you could have both of those on to really make yourself immune to status effect, which might be a thing to keep in mind. I don't know if some of the end game areas have more status effect, ailment oriented enemies. They could. Where they try to put debuffs on you a lot more often because you can't dodge or parry debuffs.
My turn. Enter the line.
It's a cool animation though, damn. It's a very cool animation. Maelle, he's dead. You can stop. Maelle.
I'm ready.
She's ready, though.
A precise strike.
Yeah, debuffs. Kill everything before it has a turn. There's one way to dodge debuffs. Uh-huh, sure. I don't think that's possible in every situation. Especially when mobs have millions and millions of HP, and only one of my characters hits that hard. I guess 2. I think Lune would probably hit somewhat similar, but her build is more burn based and takes a couple of turns to turn on. Like Lune's damage profile is just slower than Maelle's because Maelle can just do a 2-turn wombo combo and virtuoso stance, whereas Lune has to build up stains. And she has to use a turn to build stains and then use a turn to spend them. And sometimes you don't have all the stains you want to spend, so.
End of the line.
Still, DPS, okay. Actual damage numbers, still not really breaking the bank. I guess a lot of his damage is locked behind his perfection rank, though. Once you get to New Game Plus, you have a video I should watch. Okay. I mean, you can drop it in my DMs, I guess. But there's like a video that goes over like buffs, debuffs, damage stacking, multiplier, stuff like that. Like math. Is it a math video?
Let's carve a path.
No mark? Rip.
You're outmatched.
Is that what that video is? But you weren't. How are you not part of that blob? Okay, interesting. And there's 3 more.
Ready to strike.
Not that they're hard. Not a math video, but it does show you several options across the party and abilities that can combo well. Oh, for fight clearing. Okay.
End of the line.
She's in the air. How many comments with that to get a level? I mean, it's a little less than 100,000. So it takes at least 10 plus fights to get a level right now. So many tools. I feel like I'm playing Grounded right now. Speaking of Grounded, Grounded 2 comes out next month. Will be playing, will be streaming. I played so much Grounded 1. Ooh. Yeah, like I'm not peeping those videos until after we finish. And after I finish, like, going through the end game. For sure. But I am all for learning. You guys want to join me? Never mind. See ya. Okay, we get a big elevator. My God. That is quite the elevator. We just skipped like 40% of the wood tower. Oh, how'd you boys get here? Yeah, okay. Keep your secrets then. Still a lot more to go though. I've been pumping his might stat for so long. Cause he gives more damage. I guess right now with A skilling, it barely gives more damage. Oh my goodness, we're at max agility on Monoko. Woo! The second is math focused. Yeah. Okay. I will check them in due time. Yes. Okay. I'm trying to pay attention in case this place does a lot of, if it does any like branching paths. Maybe not. That's really far. It's really far. New enemy type sighted. That weird crab crawler thing we saw on the world map before with the stilts, with like the weird anglerfish light bulb thing. Okay, it makes horrible noises. Makes absolutely horrible noises. Great.
You're outmatched.
All right, shooting the crit spot. What's it do? Turns it off. What does turning it off do? Well, we'll see with that one because it has it on. I think you're dead to the fire, but whatever. I kind of want to see what you do so I can learn. How about just an auto attack?
Sweet taste of battle. It likes you. What lovely feet.
It does a jump attack. Okay. Dropped the sniper Picto. First free aim shot each turn deals triple damage, triple damage, and can break. Ooh, okay. Well, we were talking earlier about the ability that the problem is Verso's ability costs 9. Doesn't it cost 9? Yeah, Endbringer costs 9. So I would have to, you know, he would have to break auto attack, then get his second turn just because I'm using this sword, and then use Endbringer without letting the target come out of stun. But he also I like these two. Powerless is less important. It's just more stuff on his base attack. This is less important because Minoko can just apply powerless every couple of turns. Bit of a defense loss there, like literally half his defense stat. Sniper does cost 15. Okay. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, we still aren't even close. I don't know if you realize how not close we are. We are not close to the top. We're not even close to the bottom of the top. This is an entire massive zone. Okay, well, we checked the down first. I played RPGs before.
Well, that will help.
An advantage. Too bad we need so much more. What's the point of this little drop down here? World building? Not everything needs a purpose, but it could just be, yeah, I guess this is world building. Or is there a jumping section up there and you could fall down here? Yeah, it's this jumping section right here. I've beaten all the gestural towers. You can't beat me, game.
Good stuff.
Longer shell, chroma converted to chroma. Picto already owned. Oh. So if you didn't get that Picto earlier, you get it here. So that's our first duplicate drop I've seen. Because it won't upgrade it, it just gives it chroma value. Okay. Yeah, that's our first duplicate Picto I think I've seen. Unless I've seen it before and didn't immediately recognize that that's what the prompt was saying. Okay. I don't know. Okay, next balloon elevator. But I do see this tucked away. A mime, maybe? There's got to be a mime in this area. There's no way this area is this big without a mime in it, you know? Or a chromatic mob. Okay, just some enemies.
Great.
Okay. What a dreadful noise. Damn. Just dreadful.
Let's carve a path.
Well, hitting that crit spot, weakness point, didn't really do a whole lot. Because that's like the first shot of a turn. Oh, do they take super less damage when their lights on? Ah, it's like a... Okay, it's a DR. I see. Maelle, he's dead. I feel like that ability should actually do AoE damage or something. Okay, XP is getting a little higher. Okay, we got a crunchy fractured person over here. We haven't had a crunchy fractured person in a while. Hello, crunchy fractured person. These like gomaged echoes, or we don't know what they're even called. Oh, this area still keeps going? Oh, this is an optional area. What the hell? All right. Hello.
Which is worse? To die? Or to be the one who survives? To grieve? Or to be grieved?
It's a big perspective thing. It's a pessimist optimist argument. Because if you're dead, you ain't feel nothing. Because you're in the void. It's like before you were born, you don't remember what happened, but it happened. Were you here? Nah. Did it matter to you that you weren't here? Also, nah. But you're also in the void. So you're not experiencing anything, you're not playing video games, you're not eating pizza, stuff like that, right? Whereas if you live, then you grieve those who have died. You have to deal with the whole purpose of this game, how you deal with grief, how you overcome losing family members, loved ones, friends, etc. Right? It's the Eowyn complex, that she knows full well what she's doing and living in tragedy because she will outlive Aragorn and she has to watch him die. And even her son, which will be blessed to some degree, will still also eventually die. And she will not. So you have to know full well, like, they're both pretty awful. But I think which is worse, probably to be the one that survives, just because you have to deal with all those emotions. I think. Probably. From like a logical standpoint. More to deal with if you're alive to deal with it, right?
Some might say that's lucky. Not simply because you survived, but because you had the opportunity to care deeply for another. I find myself grieving before they've even passed. Grieving what could have been. Grieving what is to come. She'll never forgive herself. She'll carry her scars with her always. Would that I could ease her burden.
So these are, if I'm understanding more and more of this, these fractured gommaging echoes are remnants of maybe the first people that Aline painted. So they were her first friends and or family, but then as she lost herself to being in here for way too long, and the fracture happened, they watched her turn into, you know, the cracked, crazy, faceless version of herself and lose herself. But they didn't fully die, I guess. Maybe she's still keeping certain people alive, these people. These different, maybe initial paintings of hers. So, and they don't non-exist anymore. They still exist, and they still have to deal with that loss, I guess. Is this a different area? It's back by the initial beginning. Okay. A way to interpret them? Yeah, I don't know if we get a direct answer to who these fracturing, gommaged, painted people are, but that's sort of what I'm gathering, is that they were Aline's firsts, and they had to watch her succumb to the fracture. I guess. But as we currently stands in the story, we have defeated the Paintress, and she has been pushed out of the painting. Now, I don't know what that would do to Aline's physical body, but like, is she okay? Does that impact her in some way? What does that do to her? Because she's out now. She's pushed out. I don't know if it killed her. I don't think that's not something we've ever been told. Well, I don't know if she's fine either. You don't get a direct answer, but you get a better clue. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, yeah. We do get an answer to whom they are. Oh, do we, McGee? Something a little more direct? That's what R4 was saying. A direct one. Not a direct, like, this is who they are, but we get better clues. Better understanding of who they are. Fair enough.
Good stuff.
Charging counter. Plus 10% of a gradient charge on counterattack. Now, is that, if that's a expedition counterattack, does that count as 30% gradient? Because that also seems pretty good. We do have to learn both of these. It's only 10. That might be a bit of a set and forget, honestly. Let's put both of these on while we're fighting all these random enemies. 10, not too bad. As your Lumina value goes up. Like 10, kind of a lot when you only have 100, but when you get to like 200, 250, that seems like a pretty good one to have on. You put on both of the things that make you do more counter damage and you charge your gradient on counterattack, that seems... A lot of the power scaling in RPGs aren't just stats. Obviously, stats are one of the components. A big, at least in turn-based JRPG stuff, is it's all about tempo. I know I talk about tempo a lot, especially when I was playing Final Fantasy VII and Rebirth and stuff. Tempo is a big thing that I brought this up as an issue I had with parts of like Elden Ring. So,
Great.
oh, charging attack. 50% of gradient charge on base attack. Oh my god! Verso base attacks every turn. What the hell? That's so much gradient. Oh my good golly, Miss Molly. What the hell? Well, shit. Okay, well, I'll have to remember to put that on because that seems crazy too. Is this side area still going or are we done? I guess we can drop back down there and then... Okay. Dude, those are like two really good pictos. My god. Remember, gradient attacks are free. They, once you have the gradient, you just use them. So it gets like an extra turn, kind of. Oh, we have to drop down. So that, again, the gradient attacks are tempo. The thing I brought up with like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and the tempo of that game is that it's animation locked when you are doing damage. Okay? Keep that in mind. When you use an activated ability in 7 Rebirth, you are animation locked. Now, the game isn't turn-based, so the game is fully active, so the enemies are still active at the same time. So you could be using an ability, and some of them like slow down time or whatever, so your ability goes off. Like, you could still get completely slobber knockered when you are using your ability. Now, to get to using your ability, you have to auto attack. Essentially, there's like heavy and light auto attack combos, and those require you to fully hit the target and use them. So you have to build up ATB and then use your ATB abilities, which you can get hit during because you're animation locked. So tempo in that game is getting ATB faster, right? Or using abilities that actually pause so that you actually get the full ability off. And in this game, having more turns is tempo. You get to act more times than the enemy. Or in these two pictos, gaining more oh my god, we're in the clouds. Gaining more gradient gives you free abilities that don't interrupt your turn. They give you something else. Like in Maelle's case, her one cost just puts her back into Virtuoso stance, which allows you to weave dropping Virtuoso and then going back into Virtuoso or vice versa. And that's one of the things that is a huge part of combat tempo, is how you slowly gain more and more turns. Because this game starts off with you get 1 activation per character, right? That's it. But now I have Verso who can go twice because of his weapon, or Maelle can go twice because of her Picto, which I probably should have on more people, but it is a costly one. How much does it cost? Cheater costs 15, but like I don't know how that works with Verso. Would he go? I think he would go 3 times. Because you gain your 1 free turn and then your 1 turn after you auto attack once. I don't think he would go 4 times. That is, I haven't tried that, but I don't want to keep messing with my Luminas and Pictos right now. We'll do stupid broken stuff in New Game Plus, or we'll try to anyway. Defense scaling 56, 56. 52. Still gives you crit chance, which is funny. I guess we're putting some defense on you. This is the weapon you're currently using. 61, 61, 57. So 78, 79. Oops, where'd my points go? Get back here. It is a little bit better. The weapon scaling, once you get to these higher scaling letters, it is better. Oh, what the hell? But if you left click, it adds all points, but I guess I misclicked it.
Did that Nevron just kick a different Nevron off the tower?
It looks that way.
Oh, shit. I heard the laugh. You heard the laugh, right? Oh, those are the... Ooh, those are the ones from that we fought. That's the chromatic of this zone. It has to be. Wait, so are there going to be 2 mimes here? All right, let's fight a mime.
Wow.
Ow, wow, wow. No mark.
Let's carve a path.
Want to buy mark? No mark.
Augusta. En garde.
A little bit of frame rate. I don't know if you noticed that. A little framey right here, right now. A little bit framey. Balance to start off with. That's fine. Oops. This mime is very slow.
Cut him down. End of the line.
I'm ready.
There's the break.
En garde.
And is it just one shot now? Stental into broken defenseless mob? Yes. The answer to that question is yes. Only hit it for like 500k though. I was wondering where that was. Are we all baguetted up now? Is that everyone's baguette? Double checking. Yes. Yes. No baguette for Verso. Yes. Wait a minute. Yes, of course he does. I got black and white pinstripes. Broke my brain. Yes. Yes. She's got the little neckerchief. That's so cute. Yes. Pretty great. Pretty ridiculous, but pretty great. Where's the baguette for Monoko? Does he get one? So technically we're missing one if he gets one. All right, so that's going to be a chromatic fight because those are the same 3 enemies we fought earlier on in the game. I would assume because they're all dark tinged, maybe. Might just be 3 dudes, but I see you over there. Sneaky little color of Lumina.
Good stuff.
Good stuff. There's a manor door. Okay. Up! That works. There are... That's a jumping puzzle, maybe? Okay.
Good stuff.
Oh, wow, wow. All right, so are these normal dudes? We'll go in the manor here in just a moment. I don't know if they're normal dudes or not. There's a Petank here? Shit. Also, this is a nasty little corner to get it into. Okay. I don't know where it is. I haven't seen one. All right, are you chromatic? No, they're just large men. These are just the ones we fought earlier, but they're the very large ones. Dude, the mark chances on some of these mobs have been awful.
Let's spill some ink.
Might as well take one of them out, right? They have a lot of defense if Maelle wasn't breaking the damage cap right there. Oh, I guess we'll take out two of them. Yeah.
A bit of violence, yes.
Agile opening. Whoops.
Okay.
Yeah, those Ophelians were similar to the ones we had in the beginning. Okay, that was a... The XP is getting a little higher now. A little higher.
Great.
Great. Oh, there it is. It was hiding over there in the corner. Yeah, these ones are like all weird and bloody looking almost.
You're outmatched.
Damn.
My turn.
I missed one. She do be jumping up and down and stuff.
Bliss and precision.
Roulette crit there. Caster mask. Well, we gotta see what this does now. What's the trigger for it? Oh, just a one hit still? Okay. Ow! He has blight? Interesting. Blight, huh? On the darker ones, they hit with blight. All right. Nah, I figured. Probably have to go to the other side for that part of the puzzle. Now his side looks a little bit wonky. I don't know if I can... Well, where was it again? Oh, it's over on that corner. It's over here. Nope. I lost track of it. There, over there by that saw. Okay. Ew, this is nasty. Looks like I can go a lot of different, like, loops. Ah, shit. Okay. Because it could just go around that figure 8 there if you don't give the right angles. That would have been, that'd have been icky. Okay. Oh, range combo.
Bring it on. Your turn to shine.
Get out of here! You're not Golgra. Hello, Bronze. I'm just here to say hello. I got to Act 2 just now, and I'm devastated. Well, how much of Act 2? There's lots of cutscenes at the end of Act 2. And lots of cutscenes back at camp. Have you just gotten just to Act 2? Or are you post-epilogue and all the cutscenes? I think I was doing cutscenes for like 3 hours at the end of Act 2. There's a lot of cutscenes. Make sure you talk to everyone at camp. And then I would even go out into the open world and then go back to camp and go talk to everyone again. Because there's 2 different versions of camp. Wait, you got to the end of Act 2? You mean the end of Act 1? End of Act 1? You're pretty early in the game, right? So end of Act 1. Still a lot of cutscenes at the end of Act 1. Not as many at the end of Act 2. Act 2 literally was like two and a half hours of cutscenes. It was so much story. It was great, but... Well, I'm in a side quest area right now, so there won't be any crazy story stuff. Bronze just ended Act 1, getting into Act 2. Yeah, got to Act 2 just now. Yeah, okay. I think I read that a little wrong. I tried to read quickly. Yeah, you started Act 2, now I'm just swimming around. Okay. Yeah, end of Act 1. Definitely very good. But the end of Act 2 was like 2 to 2.5 hours of cutscenes. It was crazy. You are breakable. This will break. I think I passed turn. He doesn't have enough AP.
Let's spill some ink.
So... do I just do it anyway? Let's try it without the damage buff. Yeah, damn. Still a huge hit. But that's kind of what I expected. I wasn't gonna one-shot. Caster mask. Well, not the mask I would have preferred. So you got to Act 2 in 12 hours. Don't know if that's fast or not. I don't feel like I skipped much extra areas, but I don't know. I mean, you can sort of get a gauge for slow by my playthrough. I got to Act 2, so I got through Act 1. Yeah, so I had played for... Because my Act 1 ending is in my Part 5. So I was probably like 15 hours or so in at that point. Like 15-ish hours. Because it happens during the 5th installment. But if you add up the fact that I had 5, 10, 15... between 15 and 20 hours up to that point. Maybe closer to 20 hours, actually, for me. But, like, I feel like I go everywhere that wasn't, like, Red Danger Noodle Portal, right? Well, I also play these RPGs slow because I don't like missing things. I like absorbing everything I can. Same way I've played the God of War games and the Final Fantasy games, and I'm not changing that.
Let's carve a path.
Damn it. One away. The rare Maelle auto attack. Already breakable again, though? Doesn't matter. So 12 hours was faster than me. That's for sure. You gotta factor in, too, that my gameplay is inflated by 10 to 20% because I sit here like this and talk sometimes. And we have little rant moments or little discussion periods, right? And if that happens every so many hours, that adds an hour or two here and there, right? Like even just today, we talked for 20 minutes about GTA 5 and GTA 6 and spattering off a bunch of bullshit numbers, and my numbers were a bit wrong, but not the point of my numbers wasn't wrong, because the numbers that game is going to produce is going to be insane. Okay, so there's like a jumping something. Let's go in the manor. Okay. And then we'll return creepy dolls. Yeah, these weird dolls. But now that I know you're here, Bronze, I will not openly talk about very spoilery things, because we just were moments ago talking about spoilery things. So are all these creations dolls? Are they used as... Okay. Why would you make a doll that has like a giant weird testicle arm? Who's making these? All right, expedition log? This will not be expedition log, it'll be someone's lore. So I'll give Bronze a moment to mute or to head out for now. I don't want to spoil him. I'll take a drink. All right, that was Bronze 20-second window.
You speak to me of perfection, but is there really any such thing? Or is it a siren leading us astray? I happily predict that neither of us will ever summit that elusive peak, but I care little as long as we walk together. Art gives us the perception of control. For a moment as I paint, I find order among the chaos. That is, for me, a moment of pure contentment. And that is truly better than perfection.
All right, well, that doesn't really say anything. It says something, but it doesn't really say anything. I am playing on controller bronze. Yes, I'm using my PS5 controller. You play mouse and keyboard. So like I use mouse and keyboard sometimes when I'm going through builds and stuff. It just feels like you're going through like a Destiny UI. And because I have a mouse, I can see better where I'm clicking on stuff. But I don't know how that would be for combat. Because this game is so parry and dodge focused. I'm sure hitting a key as a parry button works just fine. But because I've played so many Souls games, all of them, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, both God of War games, both Jedi games, Final Fantasy 16 to a lesser extent in that regard, right? I played so many of those games and they're all on controller. So parrying and dodging is a controller command. So for me, that just feels more natural. Now, am I like 100% parrying this game? No, I'm getting my ass kicked. Just speaking of the stream today, I got my ass kicked 12 times by a duel fight. Because if you get hit like 2 or 3 times, you're just toast. So it's just more natural for me to use one. I will say the controller controls for the map is fine, but for the menus is a little bit the selection icon. You can see it right there. See the selection little swirlies and goo moving around the unknown name in the left corner right above my head right there. It's very subtle to like know what you're selecting, and you can get lost in the menus like on what picto or skill or whatever you're on sometimes, and that's happened to me more than once. That's a little nitpick based on the fact I was giving the game like a 9 to a 9.5 out of 10 earlier to answer a question. That's one of the things that I had early on. I was like, I can barely see where I'm selecting with my controller sometimes in the menus. But all they can do to that is like up the contrast brightness or gamma on the little like swooshy thing so you can see what you're selecting a little better. But it's a minor grievance, but it's like one of the few minor grievances. So yeah, I play controller. You don't parry, dodge all the way for you. Play on the middle difficulty. Yeah, I'm playing this playthrough is on normal. So there's the story mode, normal, and then expert. And we're playing the first one on normal, and then we'll do an expert new game plus. Yeah. I mean, dodging works. There are some things you'll unlock later that help with dodging or make dodging more beneficial, but dodging is worse. You can do the whole game dodging, but you will do less damage because you'll have less AP for abilities, and you will have less counterattacks, less to none. You don't get counterattacks for dodging, so counterattacks do damage, and then you will have a mechanic where you will have to parry in the future. There is more mechanics you have not yet experienced yet, so now that one will not come up very often, but it will be a thing. So like parrying is 15 frames out of every 60, dodging is 22 frames out of every 60 in normal and expert. In story mode, I think dodging is closer to like a full second because they just buffed it by 50%. So it's like 44 or 48 frames of 60 is a dodge. And then same thing with parrying. I think it's doubled. So it's half a second to parry in story mode. But that's if you don't care about the combat, and that's totally fine because the story of this game is incredible. So if you don't really care about the combat too much, you can play on story mode. Which is funny. Again, to recap, I brought this up in a previous... Story mode is in this game because Jennifer English, the voice actor for previously Shadowheart, in this game she's Maelle. Apparently during production, she asked Sandfall if there was going to be difficulty like controls in this game because she wants to play it, but she's not like a hardcore gamer. So Sandfall added easy mode, and then with the recent patch, they made easy mode easier. And Ben Starr made a little funny joke in one of his interviews that he said that easy mode in CLAIR OBSCUR Expedition 33 is what he calls Jennifer English Memorial Mode, or something along those lines, right? Paraphrasing here, because it's a mode memorializing her influence over the game's creation because she wants to play it, but she's not a hardcore gamer. So, and Sandfall did it. They put the easy mode and they made it easier so you could play the story, which is a beautiful thing. That's fantastic. I have no problem if you play it on story mode. There's nothing wrong with that at all. So, just a little funny little nugget for you. Yeah. Now, is this a door that we could... Yep. Okay. End of the hall. Okay. End of this hallway. Okay. You beat every boss in Elden Ring on mouse and keyboard, DLC included, so I kind of beat it on hard mode. I cannot play Elden Ring mouse and keyboard, man. No way. I can't play Souls games on mouse and keyboard. Can't do it. I'm not built that way. I'm not built that way. Can't do it. I mean, you give me, like, you know, obviously an MMORPG or Destiny 2 or something. Final Fantasy, I'm doing that on mouse and keyboard. I don't know. What do we want on Monoko? Might now? Pump his might so his base stats go up. Maybe some luck for some crit? I don't know. Usually found the combat the least engaging thing in RPGs, with this game and Veilguard broke that trend. Well, did you play 7 Remake or 7 Rebirth or Final Fantasy 16? Well, I guess 16 is an action game. It's an RPG, but it's an action RPG. It's Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, stuff like that. So clearly that would be, you are action all the time. But like this game, because of dodge parry and more, and the QTEs for using abilities, that's clearly like a, keeps you engaged. And some of the attacks can be pretty damn intense. And we haven't even fought the bosses that are super intense. And I will need to practice those because I just got my ass kicked by Golgra 12 times because I couldn't correctly read her abilities each time. Even though I did the giant tit. I did 24 parries, but that is way easier attack pattern than the different speeds that attacks can come at you. That's what throws you off. But I didn't play Veilguard, and I will probably not play Veilguard, unfortunately. I was going to, but then after everything started coming out about it and the reviews and actually how the story in that game works and how you basically have no character agency at all over your RPG character and all the answers are so canned and the dialogue's pretty crappy, I was no longer super interested anymore, and I decided to move my attention to other games. Now, will I be playing the new Mass Effect that comes out because it's a totally different part of the BioWare team? Yes. Oh, well, it does respawn these guys. Well, I do not want to fight you again because I do not want any more XP. But yeah, I will definitely not playing Veilguard. Nah. Which is unfortunate. I love the previous Dragon Age, but Veilguard not gonna be my jam-burry. But I'll definitely be playing the new Mass Effect. I want to play through the previous 3 Mass Effects because I have the Legendary Collection. I just haven't gotten to play them yet. But I definitely will be playing Mass Effect. Okay, so how are we getting around here to get to these? I can't climb up that, but I have to climb down. So I have to go up to go down like I'm playing Dark Souls. Guess I'm going around and then up to go down. Okay. One of those weird candle things. Yeah, so I have to go up. I need to get to that platform. Yeah, it's getting a little maze-like. Hello. Getting a little maze-like. If you haven't dipped into Final Fantasy in any way, you watched Jesse Cox's video on 15 in the remake, and Veilguard is okay, 5 out of 10 IMO. You watched Final Fantasy 15? That's I don't know. 7 Remake and definitely 7 Rebirth clear Final Fantasy 15, like, easy. 15 has such a slew of errors and problems. I mean, my full playthrough of 7 Rebirth and then Remake are on the channel. You can watch me play them. I even have the Platinum hard mode of Rebirth as well on the channel. Now, the game is very long, like 200 plus hours long, so you're in for a long watch/listen, but I'm just saying, it's there. Nice damage, nice damage.
For good stuff. I'm ready.
No, a 5 out of 10 for a Dragon Age game is not okay. I agree. It's not okay. Veilguard is not a good game. It is okay at best. That is, of course, just my thoughts on it. I'm really starting to feel the turn-off roulette. The half damage multiplier is just too much, man. You were one of the Veilguard apologists in the beginning, but with some distance and time in, it's just sad how it ended up. Yeah, it sucks, man. I was kind of pogging up for like the initial trailer stuff, not that weird trailer with like the crazy hip-hoppy pop music. That one was like, what the fuck is this? But, like the one that came out afterwards, that was just like, oh, okay, it might be just Dragon Age, but then it was definitely not Dragon Age. I think the biggest thing that turns me off from it is that you just can't like be a bad guy. Like everything you do is just like goody two-shoesy the whole way. It's so safe and so controlled and so neutered. You think back to like in Mass Effect, the Paragon Renegade system, you could be an absolute complete fuck if you want to be an asshole in that game. And that made the game like, it gave you realistic choices in certain situations because you could be an asshole. Because in that world, it makes sense sometimes to be an asshole. But like in Veilguard, you can't do any of that. Everything is just so like nice and okay, and you can't be super mean. And that also means it gives you like no agency over playing that character, because you make your character in Veilguard. Just to be clear, this game is an RPG, but you're role playing as these characters, these suite of characters, which I will not go into who actually the main character of this whole story is, because it's not the person you think it is. That's all I'll say. But like in Veilguard or a Dragon Age game or a Mass Effect game, you create your character. In Mass Effect, you're just called Shepard, and then in the Dragon Age games, you're called like, you know, Hero Ferelden or whatever, right? But like you are the character. You made them. You can make it look whatever you want. Like you make that character, and not giving you the options to actually role play is criminal in those types of games. It's real bad. The whole reason why people want to play those games is to role play. You want to be a super paragon or a gray area or an absolute asshole, then they get to give you that option. Look at Baldur's Gate 3. You could do some awful shit in Baldur's Gate 3, or you could do some amazing shit in Baldur's Gate 3. They give you the option. And the Dark Urge playthrough in Baldur's Gate 3 is pretty evil, but it's not the evil playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. If you want an evil playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, you play as Evil Astarion. I have seen some shit come out of Evil Astarion playthroughs. They are really awful. Like, some really terrible shit as Evil Astarion. Dark Urge can give you some bad stuff, but like, I don't think it... Evil Astarion is a complete asshole. Just really, really, really like icky, like makes your back like, ugh. But that's the point. It's an RPG. You're role-playing in that game. Role-playing as your created character. Ah, damn. Hoping for the refresh.
Finesse and grace.
Damn, right to the end there. I don't know. I think I want to get rid of roulette. I keep saying I just need to do it. Because seeing the big numbers is fun, but then we can see the numbers like get cut in half. I'm like, oh no. I think you lose more tempo than you gain sometimes with that, but maybe I just need more multipliers to pump my numbers up. Oh, I didn't put a timestamp when we actually went back into the damn tower. Shoot. We were only in the manor for a little bit there. I'll have to double check the timestamp after. Okay. Okay, so I feel like we're in a different area now. Does this loop back around to above the previous area? Because I have to do a drop down at some point. These lantern things are really weird. They look like squashes. A weird gourd of some kind. Yes, hello, who this? New enemy? Cutscene. Holy shit. Hi. What?
Vertigo, remember? His intentions are good, I know, but his methods...
Your father?
I'm the youngest, which makes everything worse.
Oh, I understand that. Only child.
Yeah, Claire's the oldest. She's just so perfect. So accomplished and talented. Papa's favorite. He's so proud of her. And Verso. Verso could always make Papa laugh. I had so many inside jokes. Then there's me.
And then there's you. The actual favorite. The one he calls his hidden star, but who's too shy and self-conscious to see it.
Yet here I am, messing things up even more.
Look around. He just wants you to fly.
God, I love good sound design. I also have like audiophile headset, so that's probably why some of my audio balance is weird. All the little noises in the background during that cutscene. Oh, I love good Foley, good audio layering. Oh man. Which is weird because that's one of the only other like small critiques I have with this game because of how they did the VO. And the VO was done after the motion capture. There is a bit of a separation sometimes with the animation and the lip sync because two different people did it. The lip sync animation is from the motion capture actors doing the script, which is fine, but it doesn't always have the same mouth movements or mouth sounds or anything else that influences those noises. There's been some cutscenes where it has been
All these
definitely noticeable.
inventions. Gustave would have loved to see this.
So, can you talk to Hugh again? What do you... This Orphelian is different from the rest. It does not sabotage, it builds. Oh. Hold on. I can't read French. Never mind. I mean, that's just the grand cafe of Lumiere is that opens at the port. I don't know what it says. Porter. Give me some French to English, please. Oh, opens its doors. Opens its ports. Opens its doors. Yeah, the Grand Cafe of Light, because of Lumiere. Lumiere means light, or at least translates roughly to light. Different word for it. Opens its doors. Okay. Cool. The Grand Cafe of Light opens its doors. Very neat. Well, that's just a, you know, a Google translation. It's not a one-for-one. But Solas's story is still peak, though? You mean in Dragon Age 3? Okay, I think I'm not going where I think I am anymore. I need to backtrack, maybe? I don't know. Let's keep going. I gotta figure out where this loops. We get a balloon ride. But how do I get to that other section? I'm assuming the balloon's going to take us quite up, so we would no longer be able to get to where I saw loot. So I got to figure that out now. You don't use roulette? Too much variability? You don't need it? Yeah, I think we're beyond the roulette. I think it helps out really early on in the game for giving you some big hits, but now because I can just big hit, I think it definitely looks like it is probably pulling damage down. It's only a 25% chance to do half damage, but that 25% chance can really... I think it applies at the end. I want to say I think it applies at the end. So all the multipliers hit and then roulette chops it in half. Yeah, so it's probably not great to have anymore. So we can do a little bit of that. Probably do break damage on crits. Or does critical chance, because she doesn't have max crit anyway. We put up defenseless often enough. Probably just give her... Not really anything else that's really like an easy, cheap thing. Probably just exhausting power in case we get exhausted. Now, I might not see the 3+ million crits just yet, like I did before. That we got lucky with earlier today and got a 3.1. Because I'm pretty sure that was a roulette in my favor. But I think I'm starting to see too many opportunities where roulette just yeets my damage. And at this point, when mobs have so much more health, we'll go without roulette for a little bit. All right, so where's the side path here? Giant hammer. Have I checked out the lore walking quests in WoW yet? No, sir, I have not. I have unlocked them. I have gone and talked to Lore Walker Cho. Verse, are you good? Oh, he's back. Maybe that was Monoko that fell. Let me know if the balloon actually takes me to where this path goes, so I'm not wasting my time and yours. Because I don't know if there's something here I'm missing, or if it's I have to continue onward to go to where this connects. There's a grapple point right there, but I'm not getting the grapple connect. I can't go from there, so I have to go from there. Which it could be a go up and come down. But every balloon we've taken so far has taken us quite a ways, so I don't want to miss exploring. Oh, so Solas's story in Veligard is actually okay, but isn't there only like if the game is 60 hours long, if the game of Veligard is, let's say, 60 hours long, isn't there only like 4 or 5 hours of Solas in the whole game? I thought I saw a review about that. That there's barely any Solas in the whole game. Solas? Because they even spelled S-O-L-A-S, so that would be Solas. Solus would be S-O-L-U-S or O-S. Because I'm not climbing up that ladder. That's clearly a ladder for the Axon in question here. We can't climb that though. So what am I missing? It's clearly a go over and then go down. So we're looking back this way. It might be a go up to come back down situation. So I'm not seeing any paths that I missed that take me there. Okay. Well. Ah! Can't make that jump. Because I can't climb up this wood. No fight. Go away. Get out of here. This area is far bigger than I thought. I did want to finish the actual Act 3 story today. We're already at 2.5 hours. This is kind of crazy. I did not think that it would be this much in this one area. The other two were not very involved in comparison. I don't know. I don't know how to get there. It must be a different area. Hmm. Because we go up a bit here, but then we're just past the area. And we go to this little workshop. We're past that area now. Well, I mean, if hopefully you're not paying super attention to what just happened, because that cutscene was kind of spoilery for your current story progression, sir. And I gave you I gave a bronze spoiler bumper. So. Hmm. I mean, this is a side quest. This is like a friendship quest, if you will, like a Mass Effect style friendship quest. But I wanted to do all the friendship quests before the I did the end of Act 3. But like, I will make it very apparent when we're going to Act 3 ending, because we have to go to a very specific place. So I don't know where this connects. I don't know. We'll take the, maybe this takes us there. I don't know. Maybe this crashes and we get to the middle area. Let's see. I think we're gonna go way high though. Or yeah, we're going super high. Holy shit. Okay, so that area has to be accessible from where we were, unless there's some crazy drop down. Oh my god. Dude, we're not even anywhere close. What? Yeah, so we're not even in the same tower anymore, so this is not connected to that. So I don't know how to get to that secret path then. That's back in the tower. Son of a... Foggy Area is where we are now. $75, $80, $82. $121, one off. Okay, so I gotta go back to that middle section. Who knows? It could unlock as we keep going. But the foggy area isn't even connected to the tower anymore. Okay, so a non-boss version of the Night Watchman. Well, we've already fought a Night Watchman accidentally in the open world, so we know what they do. But this is a non-boss version of it, I assume. Also, the music right now?
Let's carve a path.
We don't have to hit the lantern. Still tanky, but not a boss enemy.
Worth it.
Finesse and grace. For Gustav.
What to choose?
Nice. Not nice.
Maximum damage.
He cleansed, so you can cleanse the whole stack. Wow. It's a good, because we have 3 stacks of blight, but Minoko has none. Get broken, and then get Endbringered.
Time to hit big.
Actually damage, but also you have no health and you're stunned.
Fiery.
So it was a 1.4 million hit. Pretty good. Yeah, so we fought one of those before, and it was a like boss level version. It was not. It may have not been a boss level version, but I don't know. It was with a whole bunch. It was with 2 extra mobs too. So. Oh shit! There's just multiple of them. Fuck. Those are so annoying. Oh?
What have we here?
A merchant? And a different balloon. Does that one take us to like a... Sorry. I'm so up high up. I'm so high up. You're also really the tall one, so we can fight you, and we shall. Oh my god! Son of a bitch! Well, okay, immune to blight seems like a nod to the boss coming up, just like each... Well, wait, was there a hook on the first Axon we did? No. But Seren did. And this one looks like it might be blight based. I think we get this for sure. And then hopefully we can put it on everyone. Because this seems like a hint. Exposing break. Apply defenseless on break. I mean, that is good. When you break a target, they get defenseless, so they take more damage while they're already taking more damage. Charging weakness, 15%, plus 50% of a gradient charge on hitting a weakness once per turn. Is good, is not very often. Tainted, 15% increased damage for each status effect on self. Now, I technically self-debuff on one move, but that's like not great. And then protecting heal would be a level up. It's just a leveling it from 10 to 20. So exposing break seems good. I mean, I want all of them, but like we don't have enough to buy all of them. Well, we do have enough to buy these all of them. But I need to float because we have a merchant fight. Gotta float. I put another merchant down to come back and buy when I have enough freaking chroma again. I know you did, but I'm bad on regular Elden Ring. Did I do the DLC too? If so, how did you like the final DLC boss? Yeah, I played Shadow of the Erd Tree. It's all right here on. It's on the YouTube channel as well. Whole playthrough is. Well, to put it in perspective, by the time I got Elden Ring was my first Souls-like, which sounds weird to say, but when I started playing my whole Souls-like playthroughs, I did Elden Ring first, and then I did Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, Bloodborne. I went through that way. So Elden Ring was my first starting Souls-like, and then I went backwards. And in Elden Ring, again, my first Souls-like, by the time I got to the end of the game when I fought Melania, she took me 3.5 hours. My entire incredibly painful probably to watch in hindsight video of me doing her for 3.5 hours is on YouTube. You can just skip to the end and watch when I actually beat her, if you care. 3.5 hours to do Melania, and then like 2+ years or whatever later, I had played all these other games, and then when Shadow of the Erdtree came out, I was obviously way more proficient and understanding of the gameplay systems in Elden Ring. So I only died to Mesmer once. I two-shot him. Not the final boss. He's like the boss of the art, though. The actual final boss of Shadow of the Erdtree, Consort Radahn, took me about 2 hours. Took me about 2 hours. I was trying different weapons and a couple different ways to approach the fight, because I just know so much, like a big brain. So yeah, way less time than Melania. Harder fight maybe than Melania, but I also did it pre-nerf. My footage of me defeating Consort Radahn is before the nerfs, which now are in the live game. He is no longer as difficult as he used to be. So I have that badge, I guess, that I beat pre-nerf Consort Radahn. Now people argue with my kill because I was so high level. My character was like 170 plus or whatever like that, and Consort Radahn is like a 150 level boss. But like in a Souls game, a kill's a kill, a win's a win. Who cares what level you are? It doesn't matter. Level 1, level 80 babillion, who gives a shit? Because those games are still hard regardless of what you're doing. If you make it harder for yourself, that's fine. But like, a win's a win in a Souls game. If you knock the boss off the edge, if you cheese it, if you 1v1 it, if you no-hit, challenge, parry only, don't care, a win's a win in a Souls game.
For Gustav. Finesse and grace.
Well, I missed 2 of the 3, which sucks. Okay. I was expecting a different attack, but he just squished me. Will you survive? The answer is no. I'm high! I don't know if yelling that is what you think it means. Tierso. This is a Monoko stick? No. What? Is this a wrench? For Verso? It's like a wrench sword? It's a big wrench. Gain 1 rank on applying mark. Mark an enemy on base attack. Apply powerless on marking an enemy. Because ranks are perfection ranks. This only means you get to base attack once, though. So he would need to because this is synergy with the pew 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 build and auto attack build. But I would need to get, he would need to have the cheater Lumina to at least get a second turn. Because right now he basically gains the cheater Lumina from his weapon. It's a giant wrench. And we'll buy Tainted. How many status effects can you even have on yourself normally? Like 2, maybe 3? All right, broke again. Whoa, we're broke again. Let's go. I couldn't buy the other one. I could buy the other one. Damn it. Charging weakness I probably should have bought. Write a note for myself. We have merchant in Foggy Area, which is Reacher. Needs... I don't need to buy the protective heal. That's just a level up. But he needs 54k. He's got some resplendent chromas as well, but I'll just put 54k plus on my notes. Okay. Bye-bye! It's a giant wrench. And it's a hammer offhand. Oh my god, it's so good. It's also like really good. As long as you're not hitting something that's like absorbing or resistant to nature. Like that, it's like, that's like pretty good. But I'd have to move around his build. Rodana was harder for you pre-nerf, maybe 70 tries. The laser delay was BS. Felt like the hitbox was off by a few frames. Phase 1 quickly became a no-hit formality. Yeah. No, I don't know if you saw this. I don't know how much you dig into other stuff online. Okay, so we're going back to the tower at a different angle now. We're going to the middle area. Is this how we get to that middle area of loot? Ooh, baby. RPGs though. Wait, no. Wait, yes. Flashbang. Whoa. The balloon's pretty big. How's it fitting? Oh my god. Okay, it fit. Oh shit. We are where I thought we would be. Okay, so we're up on top of that area. Cool. Now, when Consort Radon was like brand new, a few weeks after he was out, people pulled his models and did hitbox testing, and there's a video I watched showing his hitboxes. That the hitboxes for his weapon swings on some of them are just like absolute lollipops. Like they don't match his weapon at all. They were way bigger, and people thought they just made them like that just to make the fight more difficult. But yes, if you thought his hitboxes were wonky, they actually were in some cases wonky. Why do we have 9 AP? Why do we have 9 AP? What the hell?
That's better.
Yeah, some of his hitboxes were just were just wrong. Yes, they were just incorrect. What's the trigger for this? I haven't done this yet. Just the one.
Dance begins.
So it's Phantom Stars, but it's one hit instead of multiple.
With the stuff.
Damn it. And he's out of there.
Finesse and precision.
You're also out of there. Big damage. The only time that Minoko really does big damage. Almighty Mask on that move.
Useful.
Yeah, consider we just spent like 150,000 chroma and we still need 100,000s more. All right, so is this a... Yeah. We go swoop-de-whoop. And then... do it again. And then we go down the ladder. Or the rope. Bit of ladder. Remember that? That's my Dark Soul. My Dark Soul. There we go. Bit of ladder. Make everyone sick. Destroy my bit rate real quick. Alright, so what are you?
Well,
Healing Boon. Heal 15% HP on applying a buff. I'm assuming that just means flatly if you buff someone else or if you buff yourself. We gotta charge up anti-blight. Now, giving people AP isn't a buff. Powerful, rush, shell. If you apply it to yourself, like with SOS, if you have SOS boons or SOS Luminas on and you buff yourself, would you heal 15% HP every time it procced? Interesting. We gotta learn all these things. Okay. Definitely worth coming back here. Post nerf Radon is a lot more fun now though, so I'm glad they changed him. If only they reverted regular Radon back to launch version. Oh, yeah, that's true. Because normal Star Scourge Radon is heavily nerfed, and they never really fixed him. He's kind of a laughing stock throwaway boss now. Yeah. True. And based. I don't know. Yeah. Perfect. All right, back to the Foggy Area. I don't know about you folks, but we might not be finishing Act 3 today. Because I did not expect this area to be this long. Based on my knowledge of the other friendship quests, which took like half an hour. 40 minutes. And I don't think the end of the game will be 2 hours long. So, however, I'm not gonna make everyone wait until next stream, so we'll probably do, I mean, it'll be tomorrow. But you might have to wait till next stream to do Act 3 ending. Because yeah, I don't think we're getting there today. How with no spoilies, how much of I'm just gonna adjust my title because I did not expect this to take this long. This is a long, I don't know if McGee or R4 want to give me like a rough, like how long does the end of the story part of the game go? I'm assuming probably 3-ish hours, maybe 2 to 3 hours. Okay, there's multiple paths here. Gotta fight one of you with enemies.
Ready to strike.
Yeah, see, we're not at 9 AP. Why were we at 9 AP at the beginning of that last fight? That was super weird. Let's take you out with a regular suite of things. I don't want to waste anything on you, so we're just put it into the freaking this guy. What does the relationship mechanic do? I got my first one. It didn't really tell me what it meant. You ask, so you want the answer to that? I'm not gonna give you story spoilers. I just want to make sure you the relationship mechanic unlocks things. For the playable characters, it unlocks moves. And for Esquier, it unlocks 2 of his traversal abilities. It caps out at level 7. Well, it'll go 6 and then max, so 7 ranks. But there are many cutscenes and story beats involved in that, which I will, of course, I'm not gonna say anything about that. But that's what the relationship system does.
Your turn to dance. Your turn to shine.
You double blight and heal allies? Ew.
Let's carve a path. End of the line.
Actual damage is crazy to see it.
Finesse and precision.
Yeah, those guys are
The
quite
dance
thick.
begins. Finesse and precision.
Get out of here. Yeah, the XP is definitely ramping a bit on these bigger enemies. Oh, there's another path over here too.
Lovely.
Holy shit. This is an Estus flask. Okay, so this goes up and then up again. I don't know if this is the way to go or if it's just a side path. There's another way over here by an enemy. We'll go up here first. This might just be loot. It does look like it is loot, but also maybe it loops back around.
Great.
Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, the relation system is a little weird in this game. Another one of my small critiques, as I've added to small critiques. To find out if you have a cutscene with one of your fellow expeditioners, you talk to them. And then it'll say you want to hang out. But you have to then talk to them again, and you just recycle the same dialogue they've already said. And there might be another hangout underneath that repeated dialogue again. That's a little rough around the edges on how that system works. Because like repeating dialogue just kind of takes you out of the moment of like natural interactions with these characters. So that's that's a small one, but that is also another small point. And if they can figure out how to make that not as kind of weird to do, I feel like there should be like a talk and then hang out with, if there is a hangout with option when you go talk to them. Or there could be like a little icon on their little nameplates if you progress the story point forward enough to a point where they have a hangout little moment so that you know to go talk to them. I don't know if that would take you out of the moment or be a little like too video gamey, but repeating their dialogue 2 to 3 times to make sure you've hung out with them as many times as you are able to is also kind of video gamey. So I don't know which option is better, but they could maybe adjust that a bit.
Let's carve a path.
So you should be dead to burn, but I get the refund if I do that. So. nice.
My, what lovely feet. Watch out.
You are immune to blight anyway, but get the smack in there. Yeah, resistant to dark damage. Might get their break bar up. Nah. And boom.
Blades sharp. Fiery. Dodge!
The music on these like random ass encounters is so crazy good. What the hell, man? Like the titular combat theme that you get with like Sprong and stuff too, like we had yesterday. Crazy good. Man, I really was not expecting this area and this side quest to be this much story and this much game. Okay. Expedition log of who?
Expedition 61. Margot. See, but I disagree. I don't think she's lonely. She's alone, but she's not lonely. They clearly have some sort of society here, and she's the odd one out. Well, except for her co-conspirator in the workshop. I've never seen creatures fighting amongst themselves before. I admit I'm impressed by her creativity and drive. I feel almost like a traitor for saying it. But there's something about her. You can't help but want her to reach the sky.
Okay. Who is the VA for Verso? It's Ben Starr. He's the voice of Clive Rossfield in Final Fantasy 16. That was his big breakout role. He's also the voice of Kazan, the first Berserker in the video game Kazan, the first Berserker. And now he is Verso in Expedition 33. But yeah, that is Ben Starr. Maelle is Jennifer English. Shadowheart from Baldur's Gate 3. Gustav is Charlie Cox, also known as Daredevil. Lune is Kirsty Ryder. CL is Shayla Nix. Monoko it's Rich Keeble. I believe that's how his last name is pronounced. Renoir is Andy Serkis. 50% crit rate. No, I probably should rest. Okay. Oh, it says the peak now. Okay. Even though that tower still looks like it'd be going up. But I guess we're at the peak. Maybe? Potentially? But who knows? We've been in this area for quite a while. Wait, there's another... Oh, let's take it back? Okay. The only negative so far in the game is platforming. Hated it in Elden Ring, and likewise for this game. Well, there isn't a lot of specific platforming, but there are platforming challenges. I have done all of them. The last platforming challenge was weirdly not hard. It was tricky, but it was not hard. The actual... Oh, are you the Chromatic for this area? Look at those wings, though. The actual final jumping challenge, which did take me quite a bit, was pretty tricky. But we got there. We got there. Okay. You look very cool with your blue wings, which are... I can't say because Bronze is here and don't want to be a spoiler. I mean, it's just one of the hammer guys. All right, bud, what's up? Red portal. Chromatic Broselier. Get out of here with that.
Time for mayhem.
I think it means bruiser or basher or something. Yeah, why do we have so much? Why sometimes are we starting with 9 AP? Okay. Immune to fire was checking.
Maximum damage.
Immune and absorbs fire. So my free aim is not going to be as effective.
Let's have some fun. End of the line.
This will hurt.
Yeah. No double turns on this guy.
For Gustav.
Pretty good. Get out of here with that. You gotta come with some better moves, my man.
Time to bleed.
I shouldn't say that. He might have better moves. Just to break him to remove his turn.
Finesse and grace.
You should be done.
Fiery.
I messed up the second QTE, but absolutely dusted. Okay, so we already have that weapon for Lune. That's an upgrade. So no special loot, just an upgrade. 9,000 chroma, we'll take that. Now that is a pretty good weapon. Although it now goes above level 20, so I will not use it for the end of the game. Max level weapons is 20, just to kind of limit my power. All right, that was not bad. I mean, those mobs aren't very scary when I fought them in other parts of the game. Their moves are very readable, so They hit really hard, but they're not really difficult parries, so. Now, when you say platforming is a negative, though, Bronze, you mean like the free jumping puzzle kind of stuff, not this, like where you're just hitting a button and traversing and climbing around and stuff like that. All right, is the Axon in this giant? Oh, I guess that is the top. Okay. So I guess they're going to be in here. This is their gigantic house, hovel, hut thing. I don't know. I'm just maxing, I guess, pumping that crit damage up. I don't know. 67% crit is a lot. But and then 768. Yeah, it is a little better. This is large door. Oh. What? Tiny Nevron? So what's going to come out of that giant hole? You mean the free jumping stuff? Yeah. All right, Bronze. I don't know if this will proc story-based stuff, so that's all good, man. Enjoy. I will see you soon. I mean, soon we'll be doing New Game Plus on Expert, so it'll be stuff that you've already seen, so you can just hang out. Oh, wait. What the hell? This might get a little weird. Oh, that is the Axon that Alicia is painting. The giant thing I thought was a home is the Axon. That's it's its head.
Hello.
Alicia. Your letter. She blames us, doesn't she?
Dans chaque
You didn't deserve that. Oh, you're the real accent. You know, Papa painted her. So, you know who she represents? You like being here with her.
Wait, what? Oh shit! Okay. A duel, then. I was not expecting. I was not expecting. Obviously, I had my hand off the freaking controller, man. I was waiting for something. Damn it. Tempo's off. Oh, it goes gradient? Okay. Holy shit. It's a totally different style of trying to parry. I'm probably done because I can't heal. Yeah, I can't heal, so. I don't know what the restart condition here is going to be, but, because I don't think this is going to one-shot. I want to see more of the fight. Also, she had her mask all of a sudden? Why? Oh, it did? Damn it! That ability was nerfed and it still does too much damage. And I'm even, like, nerfing myself by not putting any more points in. Shit. So you get her sword, which I cannot use because it's 21. And a different cosmetic. Is it just her hair? Well, damn it. I was getting my ass kicked. I was one turn away from dead because I need more practice with like the multi-hits because the multi-hits don't have the same wind-up noise. You have to go off of the noise that they're presenting. So, damn. Yeah, I only hit for 1 million. So she actually didn't have that much health. But I don't think this is the end of this sequence. So phase 2? Super weird and creepy, man. That was all during a time stop, too.
I guess this represents his hope for us. For me, then. Go. Claim your piece of sky. We both deserve to fly. Let me give you a new beginning.
Alicia.
Send me to my family.
Wait. Maelle!
Look at SKA. Well, I assume that's going to proc some dialogue at camp, or we'll immediately go to camp after that. Oh, it changed my party makeup. I assume we're gonna go right to camp after that. What's our sword do? Lithium. Or lithium. Also a void weapon. It's 21 though, so I won't use it for the end here. Luck agility scale. In Virtuoso stance, hitting a marked enemy doesn't remove the mark. Switch to Virtuoso stance on counter attack and gain shell when switching out of Virtuoso stance. So it has auto shell, meaning you can proc the higher DR and powerful and AP gain. So going into Virtuoso stance can just be done on a counter attack, and then you use it and leave AP refund, powerful proc. The level 4 is kind of whatever. Interesting. Interesting. I probably should have just done a Phantom Strike because it wouldn't have done as much damage and I would have been able to learn some more. Because that duel is going to be real fucked in Expert. Yeah, it's just the hair with the bangs. Yeah, that duel, now that I know it's a duel, will have to be prepared for in Expert for sure. Because that is going to be mucho spicier. All right, SKA, what's up, bud? Are we going to camp? Or can you go to camp manually? Okay, there we go. That makes complete sense. So at camp, Verso refuses to talk to anyone. He stands alone by the lake. After a while, Maelle decides to go and talk to him. Uh-huh. Yup. This makes sense.
I'm sorry. It's what she wanted. I owed her that much. We owed her that much. I honored her wishes. That's something neither you nor Renoir ever did. And not Maman either.
True. Ish. True, yeah.
I didn't get to say goodbye. You didn't wait. You didn't give me a chance to persuade her.
She knew what she wanted. You wouldn't have been able to sway her.
She's not you. You don't know that. I know her better than you do. But you didn't even give me the chance to try. You just erased her.
Verso.
You've lost 2 brothers. You know what it's like to lose your sibling and never get the chance to say goodbye. You painters, you just do what you want. You don't care how it affects the rest of us.
I do care. I know you're hurting, but the person who made that decision wasn't me. It was her. would have been wrong to deny her just so you could try and talk her out of her decision.
She's the last of my family. I have no one left now.
You have me. You have us.
Maelle, I wasn't ready.
Don't understand. You were ready when you set Papa free. You expected that he would erase the canvas and everyone in it. Isn't that the same thing?
It's different. It's different. Why did she do that?
You know why. But you're right. I should have thought of you. I should have given you a chance to say goodbye. I'm truly sorry, Verso.
At least she's free now.
Despite his frustration, Verso understands Maelle's words. He appreciates that Maelle is honest with him. Maelle empathizes deeply with Verso. Maelle and Verso feel closer to each other. That's only 6. Still one more, so it's gonna be another cutscene. They sit in silence a little longer. This time, Maelle comforts Verso. They head back to the others.
Is there anyone
Yeah, and all the
Yes.
And
What will you do when this is... Well, so I can...
do you mean
A painting?
Indeed.
maybe?
That would be.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna proc anything else.
Let's
Aren't you scared?
this
Okay, so this is gonna be now her final story beat.
Maelle.
I'm getting quite tired of people telling me to go home.
Fine.
They're counting on me.
Okay. Verso approaches Maelle, who's staring at the monolith by herself.
The monolith looks strange without Mama or her number there.
Feels empty now. It feels less oppressive. Top answers?
It feels empty now.
Yeah. I kind of miss seeing her there. I wonder what Mama's doing now. She must be so upset.
Yeah.
Claire won't be happy either. They're probably driving each other crazy right now.
That I could see, yes. Yes.
Although, I doubt Claire's been home much. Knowing her, she's probably hunting down the writers responsible for that.
Writer lore?
For the fire.
For the fire.
Sounds like Claire.
Yeah. Barely saw her when I was home. She took Verso's death very personally. Well, we all did.
I've met her 3 times.
Hmm?
You have?
The first time was right after the fracture with Expedition Zero. She stopped us at the barrier.
Oh.
She told you everything then?
Yeah. Then tried to kill us when we wouldn't go home.
Claire.
She found me years later and tried to recruit me. Then she found me again, 16 years ago. Told me to keep an eye on you.
Yeah.
I think she felt you were safer here. Away from her war.
Wait. So, you've been watching me this whole time?
From afar. I'd slip back to Lumiere occasionally.
So, you knew where I was, and you left me there too?
I couldn't exactly take you with me, but I tried to look out for you. And once you left Lumiere, I stayed close. I cleared all the really dangerous Nevrons out of your path, and I pulled you away on the beach.
But you also let Renoir kill the rest of the expedition. You didn't help them.
There were too many of them to save.
I need to ask you something.
What?
You wouldn't lie to me, right?
I think we're well past that.
On the cliff. Gustav?
What is it?
Did you let Renoir kill Gustav? Could you have saved him?
Is this one of the choices that affects the end of the game? Or is the end of the game choices at the end of the game? We're going to do top answers, I guess. We've been doing top answers this whole time. So we'll see, I guess. I don't know what, if I haven't looked it up, I don't know what affects it. But we've done top answers this whole playthrough. So, top answers it is.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Why?
I was afraid. If you found out about the canvas and he was there, you would refuse to help me send Maman home.
So, you let him die?
I did.
Well.
I should have told you everything sooner, but I couldn't take any chances.
Thanks. For telling me the truth.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah. It looks bland without a number.
You're a paintress? paint something.
How about, Papa, you go home?
Owned.
Catchy.
Come on, let's do it.
Maelle and Versa's bond is now unbreakable. Forged in truth. Curious. So what if you lie to her, will you not hit the relationship level max? So will I not have whatever her third gradient is in expert? Which I guess I can delay and not do that cutscene then. Very interesting. I wonder how that actually affects it. Because getting all these now is getting the achievements, right? So we can obviously, things will change in our expert playthrough. They head to the monolith and Maelle repaints it. No shot! Sending a message to her father. This adventure helped Maelle better understand her painter side. They just like, SK, let's go! And they just flew across the entire world that they know all the way back to the monolith. That area is huge. But okay, sure, black screen, time jump. So it unlocks her ultimate gradient. It's just called Gommage. Ooh, okay. They return to the camp to the rest of the expedition. Okay. Check dialogue.
No poetry lately.
Oh?
I'm not really inspired these days.
Let's see if SKA has more of that wine you like. Maybe that'll help.
Maybe.
What will you do?
Okay.
Well,
That doesn't proc anything
so
else, I guess.
Do you mean
A painting and
Okay, okay. You have any more of that wine?
aren't you
No
scared?
wine? Give me the wine, you goober. Wow, what's her ability do? It's just called Gommage, which is what she's been doing story-wise. Kills weak targets. Otherwise deals extreme void damage. One hit. It does have the extreme tag, which is what Stendhal has as well. Does extreme single target void damage, one hit. So similar vein to the damage profile there, I assume. And what I guess what counts as weak targets? Probably like non-named. I would assume non-named targets. I would imagine so. That's crazy. Crazy work. Feel kind of bad about doing that much damage to the duel and not really learning the duel very much. I probably should, like I said, I should have used the other ability, but then I probably would have just reset anyway because she was about to just one-shot me, which is still crazy because Maelle takes a lot less damage than anyone else with her current build. This was after 3 turns, so Shell would have worn off, but she still takes half damage, and I was still getting hit for like over 1,000 per hit, which means it would have been a 2-shot. I wouldn't have even seen the full move play out. Yeah, that's gonna take some practice. That is going to take some practice indeed. Just give her a level 20 like everyone else. This is the ice stain, but it's gradient charge and it's fire damage synergy, but against 21, so we're not going to use it. Monoko still has so few. Yeah, and that shape of health tint must come from one of the side areas. It has to come from somewhere optional. We're floating all that color of Lumina. We're not putting any more in anyone's build. Okay. Well, we're definitely not getting through Act 3 story finale today. I did not expect that zone to take as long as it did. That was actually pretty ridiculous that was that much. Now, the cutscenes and stuff at the end, like that's fair. Like I can expect story beats to have some chunk to them. But the fact that that whole exploration area was a full-on multi-layered zone, I was not expecting that. I was definitely not expecting that whatsoever. That was very unexpected. You needed something else. God, what did I take off? I forgot what I took off to move that. Oh, double mark. Mark requires one more hit to be removed. But it'd probably be easier to put double mark here and equip sniper as a Lumina then, huh? It is a bit of a loss in stats, though. I don't know if I can move enough points, because again, I don't want to put any points into anyone's skills anymore because they already have enough. They already have so many. So I don't know, what can we have to remove? Is it 15? 20? I don't know if I can do that. That's a lot. That is a lot. He has some that really don't do a whole lot for his build. So there's some that can be removed. Like there's an easy 11. There's another 5, I guess. That's helpful, but like it's not make or break. Yeah, it's expensive. 4 more. That's not going to do a whole lot. That's okay, I guess, but a 1 and a 3. Need that. This is breaking and defeating an enemy is super helpful. The counterattack damage, I mean, that's the burning shots, the only thing I don't think, but then we have critical gain. We gain crit on burning targets, so that's helpful as well. So it's got to be one of these 3s. I mean, his counterattack damage just goes down, I guess. That's not incredibly necessary. But the mark requires one more hit to be removed is incredibly valuable for the way that his build cycles currently. So I think we'll just do that. And we'll just do that. And then... yeah, everyone already has so much Lumina for what we're currently at. You need a couple more encounters to level up these Pictos, though. So I think we may... can I have my mouse back, please, game? No? No? You have the mouse? Thank you. Nope. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so I can go beat up a few things. Like low level things just to get these Pictos learned. I'll double check some of my notes for the open world, I guess. Okay. Unless there's a cutscene right there too, but there's not. Yes, I wonder if I won't get that ability then in our expert playthrough. Because maybe you don't get it, because then does she just know you lied to her or something? Because obviously it's gameplay that you click that answer and it tells you the thing. So that big thing over there wasn't the Axon. So what the hell is that big thing over there? What the hell is this thing? Because I was thinking that was the Axon, but the Axon was this. You don't even see it on the map. Like, this doesn't have any hint of what it is, but it's like a painted doll version of Alicia.
Here we go.
Inside of a giant moving house mech structure stilts thing. That is, I don't even know what to even make of that one, because that wasn't even the point of the entire battle. It was a duel. So, yeah. I'm just gonna go fly into this thing real quick and see what happens. Because is it a world boss? Is it a flying world boss? I guess so. Let's see. Right into your weird lighthouse face. Bonk. Yeah, it's a world boss. Okay, now we know. Okay.
Incoming.
Owie. Whoa, it's doing a lot of things.
Okay. Finesse and grace.
All right. The Serpenhare, I guess, is it went how many moves was that? 4 or 5 moves? It went many times. Like way too many times. Also, wait, why do I have, oh, I left that on. So you start the fight with no AP other than your on turn start. And you have to do 4 parries. And then you also have to deal with all of those shields, which doesn't really mean anything because you just do this. I would just hit it multiple times to remove all the shields. Because 8 hits would remove all the shields, but that wouldn't be what I would do on first turn. Yikes. Absorbs all AP again? Yikes. Absorbs all AP again. Gains even more shields. Ouch.
Let's spill some ink.
Well, it gives you a lot of your AP back if you parry. That's clearly like the hook is that you get your AP back by parrying. Okay. I mean, we're not beating this thing right now. There's no damn way. I don't know how am I gonna tempo? So she probably needs her ability that actually breaks shields then. Easily needs the ability that breaks shields because she'll break shields on all of her attacks, but I'm not gonna be able to. I mean, I could feed AP if I was hitting every parry.
Finesse and precision.
So I'm gonna keep gaining shields as well, which is like a weird stalemate. absorbs all AP. Does it do more if you give it more? I bet it absorbs it after it.
On me.
I don't think you can parry that first hit. It doesn't make a noise. It's super weird. What about like a weird, like, absorbs all AP again?
Okay.
Okay, I'm not hitting it. I don't know why I'm not hitting him. Weird. Okay. We're just learning, I guess, a little bit. Gain shields again. Yeah, okay. You can parry the first attack. But how do you gain any AP from... How do you keep AP on this fight? Super weird. Does it have a weak spot? You like hit the lighthouse point for it to do anything? Nope. It just said it absorbs all AP right there. Why? It said it absorbs all AP. Is that a bug? I don't know why it's saying it's absorbing AP when I'm not doing anything that would... What? Keep saying it absorbs all AP. But like, how? I don't have... You're not doing it on my turn. This is such a weird fight.
Okay.
This is so weird. Because then if you parry, it still takes your AP. So do you want to dodge? Whoops. Do you want to dodge attacks to not gain AP so it doesn't suck AP so it gets less moves? Is that what I'm putting together? Like, you don't want to give it, you want to use all of it so you don't have any for it to take? And then it gets less moves? One. Whoops. Wrong button. Like, it's weird though, because Maelle is invincible against targets with shields with this sword on because she just keeps stacking her shields up. This is such a weird encounter. It's very strange. It's also weird that the sword breaks shields to give her virtuoso, but also doesn't on auto attack. Which I don't understand that one.
Precise strike.
So you absorb one. But what do you do with one? Does it change? No, you still absorb if I dodge.
Ready to parry.
Too early. So I dodged. still gained AP. I don't have dodge run, I don't think.
Ready to parry.
I don't. This is super strange because it gets so many activations and you don't get any AP coming around.
The dance begins.
It's so weird. Yeah, so gaining AP from those abilities does nothing. That still hit me, I guess. Am I think I'm gaining AP from everything I do. Whoops. So I think you have to anyway, but then it still like sucks AP away from you, but then you still get some because it does something on the way out. It's really weird. Yeah, without her ability to break shields immediately, this is not... How many shields can I get? The max is 9. So I give you 1.
Ready to parry.
Still absorbs my AP, so I don't gain any from doing that. It absorbs I gain from that.
Okay.
Oops. See, I'm just never gonna have... All right, so everyone has to be able to do double turns on this. Clearly, everyone needs double turn start. So that you actually can do something or use an item to get AP, to get any tempo. This is so silly. It's also unfleeable, which is strange.
You can't escape.
I just want to see like a real hit. What does a real hit do? Anything? Not defenseless. I'm not powerful, but...
Fiery.
Damn. Not a lot. Alright, that's white. That's so silly. Okay, much learned. That's our first, like, I guess, death of today. No team. So everyone needs double turn. Everyone needs, like, when shell give AP, stuff like that, because you need to do things on your turn to gain ability power to actually have moves, which if everyone has 2 turns, I could at least have an intermixing of like throw a AP tint, energizing tint on Monoko, for example, and then he can give everyone else AP so they actually have AP on their turn to actually do something. Interesting. Very weird fight. Very different. I'm not totally understanding if I should be dumping all of my ability points or should I be saving them because it sucks them all up. Does it get different abilities if it has different AP values? But now we know it's a world boss and not just set dressing. Okay, very good. Learning for the future. Damn, super weird. Super weird. Unique, but definitely very weird. I just need to fight some normie monsters for a moment just to get these pictos sorted, which I guess I probably should put more of them on. Well, you have 3 of them on. You had 1 of them on. You finished it though. You have Tainted, Healing Boon, just those 2. Well, so I'll just swap out Stay Marked and Sniper for that. These enemies are not going to do anything. Yeah, we'll do that. Anything else I can check before we end a little early today so that we can get back here tomorrow and actually do Act 3 because we didn't today. We know we can go there now, Frozen Hearts, but we're not doing any other side quests. I'm not gonna do like a bunch of combats. I'll do that off stream. Is there anything else I want to check? And you're probably a world boss because you're just a big mob floating somewhere. I can start trying to learn how to get that open world Petank to be corralled, which is south of me.
Flashing through the sky.
That's a super weird boss, but I definitely have to hit it way harder. So that is an end game pursuit. It's actually not that difficult. It's just trying to get the build to actually hit it and do damage. And that Stenthal only did 650,000. But that again, not defenseless, and wasn't powerful, which so that's like 1 million plus. But that means I'm probably gonna hit with like that's multiple. Oh, Papa.
Hang on tight.
This is a Vatien. So I'm assuming that means go home. I think that's what it means. Is that a VA? T apostrophe EN?
Hang on tight.
I think that's what that reads as. Yeah, let me try this corralling this Petank for a moment here before we end. Because this will be an interesting one to get. Because on the open world, this is weird because it doesn't respawn if you mess up. Okay. I'm assuming it's going to be like a which way to push it to make it not bounce back to where you just were. And do I want to be flying to like scoot past these trees? Nope, because he just went right through me. So it's a pattern. Okay, not too terrible here. You have to go through the water, which it doesn't have a swim animation. It just sort of stands there. But now it has different angles for the... Nope. Okay. I thought I was going to go into the deep water and have like a weird swirly swirl. And now how do I make sure it goes straight past this chromatic mob and not... That's what I was afraid of. Does the chromatic mob have to be killed? Maybe you have to have that chromatic boss defeated. Or not, just come out from a weird angle. Okay, that worked. Alright, I think this is a straight shot back to its home now. Yep, there it is. Now, this is like, I think this is like the last ones outside of the side areas, the end game zones. So how ridiculous is this one going to be? Whoops. Whoops. Come on, game. Come on, game. Calls for help. It is chromatic, of course. It called another one. Weird. The first shot, I didn't even hurt it at all. I mean, this doesn't really do any damage, but... Oh, I changed my party order. I was like thrown off there for a moment. Do I have to beat up the little ones? So its core is not a weakness point?
Ready to strike.
Okay. So now, do we actually hurt this thing? Oh, it gets one shot? Oh no, that was a lot of XP. Anti-stun, immune to stun. Okay. So I guess the trick there will be that maybe it keeps summoning other Petanks. But I only hit it with like 1,000,000 damage, so I guess it didn't have a ton of HP in relation to what we're currently doing damage wise. Wow. Okay, I did not expect that. I did not. I did not expect that, but okay. Anti-stun seems pretty crazy. Although we're only stunned by like a few abilities in this game right now. Oh my god, the health and defense values go crazy. Also, it's level freaking 29 though. So I will not be using that. I'll level it up, but like, good god. All right, well, I didn't think it would be that hard. Oh, sorry, that easy. I thought it would be way more difficult than that. Because that hit didn't only hit him for 1,000,000 damage. It wasn't actually that crazy. In comparison to what we can hit for when we're all stacked up. But all right, that's one way to end today's stream. Tomorrow we will, for real, do Act 3. Because we're just going to go right there to start off with. From the very beginning. I did not expect Maelle's story friendship quest to take that long, but that's that. And just so we're not listening to this song, because we had to listen to this song a lot yesterday, we're gonna go to camp because I'm gonna go grind out these pictos. But yeah, that'll do it. Thank you very much for watching. Back tomorrow with the actual story ending, and then after that we'll start figuring out the end game, of which I'm not entirely sure how to approach. If I just go, which do I do, like the painted challenges first? Maybe, I don't know. We'll get there when we get there. I don't know how it's going to work out, but we have to of course get through the Act 3 finale to see how the story actually wraps up. Damn. Y'all have a great night. Have a great morning. Whatever comes first. And I'll see you tomorrow for real, the end of the base story before Endgame.